what it does. Vraiment, cette affaire. Welcome to Club Shada, episode 412. You know, first of all, I hope everybody's doing great. I hope everybody is in their best spirit. This show is brought to you by shadaware.com and the gods of good fortune. We have no sponsor tonight. We don't have a main sponsor for this show. So listen, super chat $1, you become the main sponsor of the show. But our usual sponsors are here, and shout out to them and thank you for supporting this show. I don't know why I'm naked, but yeah. So you good? Everybody's good? We are live on YouTube. We are live on Facebook. We are live on TikTok. So TikTok Nation, you know what you have to do. As I'm setting up all the things here on my screen, it's a mess on my desktop. You have no idea. And as I'm about to introduce to you guys, why do I have the impression that I'm hearing myself? Strange. There you go. Yeah. So I have wait a minute. Give me a second. Don't move. Give me a second. C'est le bordel ici. Laissez-moi me gérer. I just need to have my TikTok chat available so I can also talk to the TikTok people. First of all, first thing you're gonna do, put me in the chat where you're watching from. TikTok, I want to see a bunch of likes. We only have 50 likes. That's not normal. We should already be at around 200 likes. YouTube, I want to see some hearts, and everybody put the flag of where you are watching this show from. Takahara is watching from France. All good. What it do? Agnès Herbert, what up? How you doing? I hope you're doing good. So listen, from time to time in this show, I find you some interesting people to have a conversation with. And, you know, what up, South Africa? So, as I was saying, I find some interesting individuals so we can have a nice conversation. And, listen. Because I know I'm cute and all, but sometimes it's also cool to have, other cute people. SOS Music, what up? So without further ado, let me introduce you to... Is he here? Yeah, he's here. Je te voyais figé là-bas dans ta caméra. Je disais là, qu'est-ce qui se passe? Je me disais, son internet a fait le coup de l'internet du village. Well, listen, it is my absolute pleasure and honor to have with us one of the legend, and I'm marking my words, one of the legend of Congolese Kinshasa hip hop, maybe one of the first ever Congolese rapper. We're gonna talk about this, but also one of the kings of one of the builders of New York nightlife, or Black New York nightlife, or African. Listen, we will all discover together. So put a lot of fire in the chat for my man, the one and only Etienne Claude. No, that's his brother. Jean-Claude Deyans, the funky pirate, the one and only. What he do?
Yes.
Yeah, my intros are long, but it is what it is. Irene in Congo, what up? So how you doing?
I'm doing fine, brother.
Welcome to Club Shada. It's a pleasure to have you, and it's going to be a pleasure to have a little conversation with you and talk about this crazy life of yours.
Yes, it is pretty crazy and fun.
And fun. All right. So, where were you born?
So, I was born in Kinshasa,
Okay.
in Congo, Republic Democratic of Congo now. We call it Zaire
At that time.
because I was born in Zaire because that's where
Me too.
I was born.
Me
Because
too.
I haven't been to Congo yet. Okay.
Oh. Okay.
Yes. So I left. It was Zaire.
Wow.
Yes, and I haven't been to the new country called Congo. I haven't been there yet. Back.
You don't know what you're missing.
Yeah, I know. I need
Agnès is saying welcome, JC.
to go back.
So,
Yeah.
when you were born in Zaire, actual Congo,
Yeah.
how long did you stay there? Like, cause
Okay. So I was born in Zaire. At 2 years old, I was in Paris.
okay,
So I lived in Paris for 7 years.
why were you? Why did
Because
you?
my dad was the director of UNESCO.
Oh wow, that's amazing.
Yeah, in Paris,
Director of UNESCO.
in France. Yeah, in Paris.
That's crazy.
So that's where. So it's really funny because so I was young and I moved to France very very young. I tell you at that time there's not that many Africans there, but so we were
This
there
was what
avec les
the 80s,
no 70s.
70s. Okay,
Yeah. So Bokata was the I think he was the ambassador, if I
okay,
remember. The Bokata were there. There were some people, Kalambai, all these people, they were there with us. So so I stayed there for 7 years. After that, we came back to Congo,
okay. Why?
and well, because I think the mission maybe was finished. I mean,
Okay,
I went to Congo on vacation for, a month or two, but that was it, to see
so
the
so
grandmother,
so
stuff like that.
you live in France. You do your maternelle,
Everything.
start school in France, and by the age of 10.
Yeah, well, by the age of, no, because I was 3, so we
Okay,
came back. Yeah. So I came back to Kinshasa for 2 years
okay,
because my dad was a diplomat then for at the Foreign Affairs, so we had to leave again. We didn't stay in Congo either.
okay.
So went to Morocco, lived there
Oh,
for another 4 years.
okay. Wait,
And
wait, 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 wait. So you are in France. Do you have memories of life in France until 10?
I have good memories.
Okay, so where did you live? The
Okay,
neighborhood?
we live at 16e arrondissement,
Ah, me too.
Colonel Bonnet. I think that's the name of the street. It was Colonel Bonnet.
What was the metro? You don't know the
Oh
subway
no,
station?
the subway. Oh, come on. I don't know. I was
Why
not taking
not?
subways anyway. So, but yeah, so I was there, and well, the memories, went to school. Great thing. Didn't really encounter racism
Okay.
that time. I didn't want to go to, I was a kid, so of course, but I
Yeah.
was fine. It was really nice. We were not very far from Ino. That's all I can remember. It was a magazine
Oh,
called,
I know
yeah,
in
Ino.
Belgium, but
Oh, well, the Ino in France. So we're not very far. Galerie Lafayette, all those areas were like really like
yeah, yeah,
close to our house. So
that's the whole.
to go to shopping, that's where I used to go to shop. And my mom bought me a guitar.
Oh, so wait,
So
that's where you are before you're 10.
yeah,
So you
before I'm 10, I'm still in France. Yeah.
were you playing guitar already or not yet?
Yeah, I don't know, man. The guitar was there, but I don't know what I was doing. Tell you the truth.
I had a guitar too, and I never.
I, I didn't
I
really
was
remember
too.
if I played with them, what I did. All I knew. Oh. But something that well now, when I was young, we had a guy from who grew up in the US who
Hmm.
came and lived with us.
Oh,
So that's where we got introduced to James Brown. So James Brown used to be my idol,
oh,
kind of
interesting.
idol. The star that I really loved was James Brown, and I used to dance like James Brown. So
At
this
10.
guy, yeah, yeah, that,
Wow,
that's really that was
inspired you.
the dancing. So I was really into dancing like crazy when I was young.
So then you go back to Congo for 2 years, and then your dad is has a
Yeah,
is on post in Morocco. So where do you
yeah,
live? Do you know what city in Morocco?
in Rabat.
Oh, nice,
Yeah, Rabat. Yeah, but let me tell you
nice
something
city.
funny. In Congo, we go for 2 years.
Okay,
That was crazy. So we went to Congo. We lived in Bandal, I think, if I remember well.
all
Bandal,
right.
we were in Bandal. And because I used to dance, you know, they used to invite me to parties. You
So wait,
know,
you 12.
no, no, I'm 10.
You 10 years old and they invite you to parties, barbecues
Yes.
and stuff.
No, the parties. So it was crazy because I was dancing. So they will invite me to parties so I can open up for the people. So they invite me, I come to the party, I do my show, so I dance. I do the James Brown, they put James Brown there. I dance the James Brown. People come to the dance floor to dance, So
Wow.
that's how it used to be, especially so all the parties. And in Bandal, they used to bring me to bars because Bandal had bars
Bars.
where music used to play. They will call me to say, "Hey, come here, come and do the James Brown." I was like, "Go and do your dance," and I was doing that when I was young. Yeah, it was crazy. And
That's
after that, we moved to
crazy.
yeah,
So then you moved to Morocco,
yeah,
Rabat, and how
Rabat.
long you stay there?
We stayed there 4 years.
Did you learn to speak Arabic? Morocco. Yeah,
No,
Arabic.
no. Oh, well, learn to read because it was kind of you needed to do that.
At
The
school.
story of Morocco is a little bit a different story, though. That's a tough one.
Oh, okay. What happened?
Yes. Okay, so we go to Morocco. We go to Morocco. We are with the Atembinas. We have the whole group of diplomats.
Okay.
And the crazy thing is the racism, what we never lived before. So in France, I
Mm.
didn't live it. But in Morocco, it was serious.
That
It
was the
was,
80s, right?
yeah, they insulting you every minute.
Wow.
Every time we walk, people used to spit.
What the? That's
Yeah.
crazy.
We walk on the street, you see people, they come to you, they spit. And they wanted to fight us. They were insulting us, fighting us. Bro, it was,
So at that time, you like what? 12, 13?
yeah, at that time, yeah, I'm like 13. But Etienne, my brother, is super strong.
Okay.
So the Congolese, we created a unity,
Uh
a
huh.
forced unity to fight back the Moroccans. And the Moroccans were not fighting with their hands.
What
They
you
had
mean?
weapons.
Weapons?
Yeah, they had knives. They used to
No, wait,
come with
wait, wait,
spears.
wait. The people you were fighting against, how old were they?
They were our same age.
13, 14?
They already had knives, weapons. We didn't know that. We just discovered that in the fight. We're like, oh my God. And
Whoa,
we had to run away. Yeah, it was crazy.
that's crazy. And so,
Yeah.
how long did you stay there?
We stayed there for 4 years.
So, for 4 years, all was it was suffering, racism,
It was crazy. And
fighting.
yeah, and good. The good thing is we had my brother John Peter was super strong.
Okay,
We had Atembina, who was the ambassador, the son of the ambassador Atembina, who was the
okay,
best friend with my brother, who was
okay,
also super strong, and they used to do martial arts. And we had another guy, Roger Baleka, who was a fifth dan of kung fu in China, who was enrolled in the army in Morocco. And
okay,
because they were living, so they came, the family was living, so he lived with us.
okay.
So we were protected a little bit more, you know. It was, yeah,
So,
it was
okay,
great.
but all in all, your so of course we're talking about Morocco we're talking about Rabat in the 80s.
Yeah, yeah.
45 years later, I was there like a year ago. It was amazing. Everybody was lovely. It was full of black people like that. Of course, it
Oh,
changed.
wow.
The world is way more mixtured now. But back in the days,
Yeah,
I
it
guess
was tough.
it was completely different. Like, and so, but you went there. You studied there at the French school probably.
Yeah, yeah, I was at Paul Cézanne, yeah.
At that time in Morocco, did you ever think that you were going to be a dancer, a rapper, singer, DJ,
No,
anything, or
no,
you were just
no, no, no. I
too
used to
young?
love to, I used to, no, no. There, my passion was Kung Fu. So, it was a
Oh
completely
well,
different thing. I thought I'm going to become this guy.
Bruce Lee,
Bruce Lee was the guy, was our
of
star.
course.
And we had that guy from Roger Baleka who was just unreal in Kung Fu because he was coming from China. So we saw him in action. It was just like a movie. And he started training my brother, and we
Okay,
used to go. It was very interesting. People are interesting. He lived in our house, and we didn't know. He never said anything. He was very quiet. He was
so
a
when did you
military.
discover?
Well, I discovered that because at 3 a.m. he used to go and practice
Oh, in the house.
in the house. We had
Oh,
the
so one day
veranda. It
you
was
were
a
just
terrace.
you just woke up
I
and
just go to
you
the
see him.
bathroom. I hear someone going down. I'm like, what? Who's this guy? And I followed him secretly. And man,
Oh,
I see him doing all this crazy move. I'm like, no, 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 no. This is crazy. He never said a word about it. And
that's
it's so
crazy.
good. He's doing all these moves that you see in the movies. It's like so good, flipping and leaving his leg. And I was like, whoa. So I went to tell
That's
my brothers.
crazy.
I was like, man, let me go and tell this guy what's going on. So I went there. I told my brother, and John became to train with him. So
Okay.
he got to learn the martial art. And after that, he came to us and he explained to us how what kung fu means, how powerful he was, and all this stuff. So we finally got to know the guy.
And you were
Yeah,
less scared in the streets.
yeah, of course. I mean, we had him now. So,
Did you
but
beat up a few people?
I think I did. I fought a couple of people, for a couple of Moroccans, because I was not a guy who liked to fight, and but one day, I just lost it, and the best weapon African knows is the head. So that magic weapon, trust me, they didn't know that one.
Lord.
They didn't know that one. So I remember when I did that, but I was punished though because
Of course.
yeah, my
So
parents
4 years in Morocco. After that, where did you go?
came back to Congo.
Came back to
And that,
Kinshasa, Bandal again. So how
uh,
was?
no, 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 no,
Oh,
no. When we came back, we went to leave to Lemba first.
oh, Lemba. So my grandma was in Lemba.
Yeah. So, but the sad thing, today I say sad because I feel like it was horrible how we lived. I think it was terrible because, we moved to Lemba. We never spoke to one single person in that area. We were speaking French. We never spoke Lingala.
Okay.
So we couldn't interact with the people, you know. So all our neighbors, plus I think we have the biggest house in the street, and it was kind of weird, Now that I look at it, you know what I mean. We didn't speak to the people. We were going to school, come back, living like this, like terrible life. Now I think it was terrible. We should have engaged with the people on the street and meet people, but we didn't do that. Yeah, and I
But
discover, yeah,
at the same time, coming from a country where you felt attacked everywhere you go, so you kind of develop a
yeah,
kind
yeah,
of
yeah.
self
Mhm.
protection. You don't want to
Self-protection.
engage with people because you feel
You
like,
scared. You feel,
yeah, you're
yeah,
scared.
yeah. And in Congo, it was different because Kinshasa was wow. I went to College Boboto, and I have to say it was really weird because we were not used to people want to fight every 5 minutes. Of course, in Morocco we left that, but you come to Congo. Congo also was the same. The people
Oh,
wanted to fight you every minute.
with you?
Oh yeah, when you were new, man,
Lettre
that
de
was
bagarre.
crazy. It was crazy. You know,
Why?
so I went to school. I
Uh huh.
remember my school, my class, and unfortunately, my reading. We used to read sometimes some books. The books had words in Lingala,
Okay.
but I used to pronounce them in French. Okay, so I remember there was that sentence, "La petite Mboloko." So I used to say that, and in the class, if I'm reading, everybody's laughing. But one
You were not
strange
even
thing.
trying.
No, I didn't know, and people were laughing, and everyone was repeating that sentence. And there was a guy called Koko Bikusa, who was the chief of the class.
Okay.
And we didn't know what chief of the class means. We didn't have that anywhere else in France. Now we have chief of class who has the right to put your name on the list so you can get beat up by your teacher.
Wait a minute. What?
Yes,
To put your name on
on
a
the list
list so you can get beat up by the
by the
teacher?
teacher. Yeah. And the teacher had a stick. He had the stick. I remember the name of the stick. He called it aspirin. And it was, yeah.
Well,
But
like, school was violent, huh? Like, and
oh, oh,
the best, I mean, the craziest part about Congo back in the days was that even if you are the son of an ambassador, a minister, somebody powerful, the president, the teacher would beat you up. It's part of the
Yeah,
education.
exactly. It was part of the education. And for me, it was strange.
Wait a minute, wait a minute. So the chief of the class has the right to put you on a list to get beat up, but does he have to prove why?
No, so this is the thing. I was very quiet in class because, when I came to class, I didn't know that many people. I was a quiet guy. I
Okay.
didn't like to bother people, and I was quiet. But the fact I was coming from France, from abroad, they decided to point me. And one another thing we didn't know, the chief of the class supposed to be the strongest of the class. It was not just so physically. Coco Bikusa was considered the strongest of the entire class. So
Damn,
that
you
if there was
remember his
any,
name too.
oh yeah, because we became best friends. We became best friends because you know what? He was my neighbor. After that, I found to realize this guy's my neighbor. But man, it was crazy. So I get there to the class, and there was a guy, maybe you know, his name is Chibangu. They call him Doctor. He lives in France. Dr. Chibangu. He's a doctor
Oh, I
today.
think I don't know.
He was in my class, and he was a nice guy. He was the smartest guy, I think, in the class. Very nice. We became friends quickly. And I think he was pretty strong physically. So the Bikusa was not really bothering him too much. And he told me, he said, listen, I said, I'm quiet. Why my name is on the list? So the first day, I was like, man, I can't believe the people are making noise. I'm trying to stay quiet. These guys are just making noise. Of course, their name gonna be on the list, but I was not the one talking.
I have a lot of questions.
Yes.
So let's say the teacher arrives, and then as he arrives, there's a list of 10 people. Then, beginning of the class, after the class, how does it
No,
work?
no. Usually the teacher does it when he's not there. So the teacher might not be there because sometimes teachers comes late. They
Okay.
used to come a little late. The time before he came,
Uh huh.
or sometime if it's not there, he goes for a meeting. The class
Yeah.
is empty. We're supposed to be quiet, but
Yes.
people talk. And this guy write the name of everyone else. But don't forget, he's the chief. He can decide whatever he wants. Whatever he says goes.
But he writes the name where?
He has a paper. He make a list.
That's something he can find. He's there like,
Alpin. He writes
Jean-Claude.
Jean-Claude.
So,
Everybody's name there.
so then when he arrives, he gives the name to the teacher when the teacher
Oh yeah.
arrives, and then people get beat up right away or after?
Oh no, no, right away. The class,
Before the
the class
class.
will begin. That's how you begin the class. They call you, man. They call your name, and the teacher bring aspirin.
Oh, that's
This
crazy.
crazy thing we used to call aspirin. I hated it. He bring that little red stuff, and he make it like he used to play a game. He said, "Aspirin, do you want?" And he put it low, and he go say, "Oh yes, oh my God, it's not my fault. It's aspirin."
Oh my God.
And we get kicked out, man. We get
Crazy.
beat up in that class. So that was a new thing for me. And now, but let me tell you the craziest story about that. So Coco Bikusa put me on the list. One day, I'm like, come on, bro, what's wrong with you? And everybody was scared because if you speak to him, at the end of the class, he beat you up. For the real beating is after class because he's strong.
Oh.
So, oh yeah. So, me, I was like quiet. I was like, man. And everybody's like, oh, cheese. They you call you all these like names because you were coming from Europe. And so finally, one day he did that, but the teacher did. Sometimes the teacher will not beat us up, but Coco himself will beat you up. So
What a crazy enterprise.
yeah, he will slap you, man. So when I came there, he put my name again, and I went in front. I went, and he decided to slap me. Man, this guy was crazy. He turned his entire body, right? I'll tell you the amount of hate that he had against entire body to slap me. I was like, so he slapped me once. Hey, by the way, they punish you according to you. So if you, so at this time we are pretty old, right? We're like, so they said,
What you mean?
they said,
What age are
then
you at that time?
at that time I'm like 13, 14 almost,
Okay.
13, 14. So can you imagine? So they beat you up according, they say, okay, you're gonna have 14 times two. I was like, wait a minute, 14 slapped on times two? So this guy, Coco Bikusa, he calls my name and I'm pissed. I'm like, oh, God. And I'm like, Coco, I did not make noise. And we start arguing. Before I argue, the teacher's like, shut up. He tells me to shut up because I'm not allowed to speak to the guy.
Mm.
So the guy turned around and slapped me once. This time he slapped me twice. I blocked it. Oh
Uh oh.
my God. He said, oh, really? Okay. I'm not going to beat you up now. I'll take care of you at the end of the end of the school. After school, I will knock you out. The whole school, the whole
It's
class
waiting.
is
He's
waiting.
waiting.
I had my manager. I have my manager, Chibangu. Chibangu tells me, say, Jean-Claude, listen, this is how it works here. You can't be afraid. You cannot run. You just have to do this. So, because if you do this, they will respect you. If you
Hmm.
run away, you're going to be dead. This is just the way it is. I'm like, but bro, I didn't do anything. I'm not supposed to fight in class. I mean, that's ridiculous. I'm giving all this like logic, right? These guys are not on this point. People already are happy, waiting for the fight to happen. So yeah, so we go down there. The guy, there was always these guys who like have, I don't know what they have in their hands, but they hold the hand so that you have to tap the hand to say that you're ready to fight, right? So everybody's there. They make a big circle. You are in the middle of the circle. That's where the fight's supposed to happen. So I'm like, oh no. And the guy is like, oh, Frenchie is trying to play with us. So he's talking. Coco is talking, man, badly. And he's like, he's going to knock me out, man. It was terrible. And I'm terrified at that point. I'm like,
Mm-hmm.
this guy is the strongest guy of the class. I'm not trained to do that. Of course, in Morocco we did fight, but it was not against like this type of the black dude at different
T'es
different
contre des
level.
chétifs.
Ah man, there it was serious. So we go to the class, we go to the fight. People are singing, and I'm like, Chibang was like, don't worry, fight. Give whatever you have. Whatever you have, bro. You don't have a punch? So I was like, okay, okay, well, yeah. So Coco is already on the ground. It's like he already touched people already, all the people on his side. He's the chief, he's the big guy.
Yeah.
On my side, I only have this Chibangu guy. Nobody's on my side. I'm alone. Everybody's like, oh yeah, today the French guy. They're also going Frenchy guy. They're gonna show him what's up here. So we got him, man. Ah, quelle histoire. La bagarre. That's why I came to discover something amazing about human beings.
Hmm.
So this guy was strong. He was stronger than me, right?
Mm-hmm.
And he's punching me and he's punching me. Man, when I got angry, I was not
Uh-oh.
scared anymore.
You transformed.
Oh, bro, I transformed. I transformed. I didn't even know I could do that. I transformed and I was not scared anymore. So he's punching, I keep coming. I'm just coming. He's punching, I'm just coming. He start getting scared because he's like, oh, wait a minute. This guy I'm punching is not going down. I'm not going down. It's almost like the punch, I don't feel them anymore.
Mm.
So I just want to strangle him. That's where my hands are going. It was crazy. C'était un truc de ouf. Man,
Uh,
I'm going, he's punching. Chibong was like, man. So I'm bottling, man. There was a time I get him. Man, he couldn't get me out. They could not get me out.
wow.
I strength, that strength, I don't know where it was coming from. I
From rage.
got him. I was like, "Ah!" So the Congolese people got scared. They
Mm-hmm.
say, oh, no, no, no. This thing is going to
Too
end up
far.
too far. They pull me out. He got scared. He literally got scared. Because when I got him on my hands, man, they didn't
You
have the strength to
discovered.
get me out. And myself, I was scared. I was like, after the fight, I'm scared. Oh my God, what did I do? And he was hurt. He was hurt. And Chibang was like, yay! And the Congolese people started clapping. And
Wow.
we became best friend. He came down after that. He shook my hand. I was pissed. I'm like,
And they
this
said
guy can take
respect.
it. Yeah. And I didn't know this type of behavior. He comes, he shake
Mhm.
my hand, he say, yeah, you're a man, you fight your ground. And I'm like, what? I fought my ground? You punching me and you telling me you fought my ground. I was like, no, bro, this is cannot just end up like this. And he's like, no, 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 it's done. We shook hands. We took that day. He's like, come on, let's take the same bus.
Wow.
J'étais perdu. I said, these Congolese people are crazy because I've never seen anything like this.
He
But it
respected
was a
you.
good experience. Good experience for me to discover. That was my kind of a getting baptized. That's how I call it.
Baptême du feu. So,
Yeah.
when do you become famous dancer or DJ? When do
Okay.
you?
So this is the thing. The time passed. Breakdance. Not breakdance. Yeah. Yeah. So at that time, we moved. We're not in Lemba. We're living in Limete.
Mhm.
Okay. So we're moving in Limete. My brother Etienne become no, he was oh yeah, yeah. So there was a club called Le Sexy Pop.
What a name?
Yeah, the Sexy Pop.
Le sexy pop. Where was that?
Yeah, it was in the building of Vertis, 1, 2, 3,
What
something,
neighborhood is that?
Matonge.
Okay.
Victoire Matonge, I think we can say something like that. So yeah, so Desiree Nzuzi, who was living. So this is a story. So we are living in Kinshasa. We have breakdance. It's happening in Europe, Belgium, Magical Band, whatever. It's happening over there.
Yeah.
Now in Kinshasa, we're not really up to the groove yet. So what happened is we see this guy. Um, Now, mind you, my influence was a little bit longer because in Kinshasa we are part of friends of my brothers. They going out. They go out. Etienne and all these guys. They were going out to a club called Le Bobongo. They used to play disco, funk. So we only listen to American music, by the way.
Okay.
Not Congolese music, not really. So we're just listening to this. That's the scene. College Boboto has a band called Sticky Fingers. So they're playing, they do interpretation of all the music. At that time, I'm already playing guitar because I
Okay.
learned, yeah, I had a guitar in Morocco, and that's where I started playing, actually. And but so when we got there, the band is going. So we really into funk disco music,
Okay.
right? This is our bread and butter. That's what we're listening to. Now, 14, so 15, I think, I don't even know. We were 15 or 16. I don't even remember what age we were there. I think maybe like that, 15, 16, I guess. Yeah. No, I couldn't go to the club yet. So, yeah, around that age. So, what's going on? There is this club called the Sexy Pop. And so the story is really funny. I dance already and everything, but not the dancing of course, break dance. We didn't know it yet. There is two girls, family of Boomba, les Boomba, who used to work with the president. So they have two sisters who lives in France, Embe and her friend, her sister. Anyway, she came. They were our neighbors in Limete.
Okay.
So she started telling me about the dancing, about the breakdance. She's breaking it down. This guy dance like the robot. They do this, they this. But I don't see the move. I haven't seen the video. I just
Okay.
hear her talking about it, you
Okay.
know? And so she's saying this robot stuff. So after she talk, I go back home and practice.
Without seeing the moves.
I didn't see the move.
Okay.
I decided to do the robot on my own. I create my own style, whatever it
Wow.
is. I didn't see.
I mean,
We go,
that's how dance is born anyway.
yeah. So it was really funny, and I went to. My brother was mixing that day at Le New Jet. So I go there. It was pretty interesting. So I go there and I do this dance.
The dance you
Everybody's like,
invented.
oh my God, he's doing the robot. Some European kids who were coming from Belgium on vacation, they already knew it, but they never seen a guy in Kinshasa doing it. So, I'm doing my own move, not really knowing what I'm doing, whatever I'm trying to portray, robot, but it was not really the actual dance, the way you're supposed to do it. It was
Yeah.
not smart. But anyway, so that was the beginning. And at that time, Desiree Nzouzi comes from Belgium, and he comes to, I think he was in College Boboto too. Yeah. So, this dance, people used to do it on the street. So, he's imitating the robot. We see him doing all this move. And Makingele, at the same time, Henri Makingele come from Belgium. He was a dancer already in Belgium, in Brussels. But I think his dad kicked him out from Belgium because he was not studying.
It was dancing
So,
too much.
too much dancing, he was sent to Congo, Kinshasa.
Young Baron, what
And he
up?
was,
KDMG, what up?
and he was living in Rigini. So he was living in Rigini. So he thought, of course, the guys from Rigini now have the upper hand because they got this guy, Henri Makengele.
So he was a good
And
dancer?
oh, that guy was crazy.
Okay.
It was amazing.
So
And
wait,
Desiree was good.
now we are what? It's the 80s already?
80s already, yeah. We're in the 80s now.
So yeah,
Now
everybody's
is into the, exactly. Now this guy is, there we go. That's the song. Exactly. Yeah. So we do that. Now we have Kinshasa is moving. So Desiree Nzuzi comes down, he organized a party, and that event they decided to do some kind of a competition, the first competition ever of this type of dance. So I only saw what his name dancing for like on the show because Makingele, we saw him. He did there was a party where we saw him dancing actually, but at that time only him and Desiree Nzuzi used to dance.
Okay.
They knew the stuff. They were coming from Belgium, so we saw him dancing, but we didn't know how to do all these moves anyway, you know. So we saw it. I got home, did my little practice. But you know, I learned. But learning with who? You learn on your own.
So you see them doing the thing, and then visually you remember some moves, and then from there you practice.
I practice, but me, I like to be original. So
you make your own version of things.
I want to create my own thing. Competition happened. Competition. Who is in the competition? Willie Yav.
For real?
Yeah, Willie Yav at that time is living in Rigini. So yes, they have Makingele, right? Henri lives in Rigini, so he's teaching all those guys, you know. And Willie was amazing.
So Willie was a dancer?
Amazing.
I have to send him a message.
Yeah, Willie was amazing. Yeah.
Wow. Go on.
Yeah, so you know, Willie, amazing. So the first show in Kinshasa was the song was A-E-R-O-U.
Oh! Wait a minute. Donc j'apprends que tu étais un grand danseur. Pardon. Please tune in. Je vais lui envoyer le lien. Je vais lui envoyer le lien pour qu'il regarde.
Yeah.
Ah, donc c'est A-E-A-O-U.
Yeah.
Okay.
And so Willie was amazing. I think he's the one who won the competition.
Oh wow. And, he won the dance competition?
He won the dance competition. So I came down, I did my thing, you know, and I came up with a crazy step. But the step was not in the language of the language of the actual language of breakdance, because I created it myself.
Yeah.
And I wanted to do something crazy, but it didn't really work out. People were like, what this guy's doing? So that got me out of the competition. But it was fun. We had a lot of fun. I mean, Sexy Pop was just so much fun. Kinshasa was beautiful. So
Sexy Pop.
Yeah.
Wow.
And we had so much fun, and it was an amazing party. And the great thing, it was all kids from Collège Boboto, Lycée Rock, École Belge, Tassoc.
Tassoc.
Les écoles de ma campagne là-bas, you know, all this, like, anyway, it was a trendy crowd, put it like that.
Yeah.
We're all the trendy crowd, whatever. So that was the first dance that we had. It was so much fun. And of course, after that, we did, we did dancing. My brother Etienne, and now there was a big competition that my cousin Al organized au Palais des Peuples avec Désiré. And that was the big competition, because that was the competition with groups. So it wasn't individual.
Oh, choreographies.
Next level. We have LCB, Limité City Breakers. That's us.
Limité City Breakers?
Yeah.
Please tell me the name of the members.
Yeah. Ooh, I can't remember. I mean, Etienne was. We have Christian Kankenza that I
Uh-huh.
remember, who was a dancer with us. We had Willie.
Limited City Breakers. This
Yeah,
is
yeah.
crazy.
And we had Rigini also had. I forgot how they used to call themselves. They also have their
What
band
is
with.
where is Regini?
Rigini, c'est vers. Let's say after Moamba. Voilà, c'est comme ça qu'on appelle ça. Le
I have no
Moamba. You know
clue.
what the school was, the Moamba. Near Rond-Point Gaba,
Listen,
you know.
I grew up in
I know you
from
were
the
in
age of
Paris.
7. I was in Paris, so I have no clue
Exactly.
all these places. I know more or less a few places because of when I was a kid. I remember some stuff and going on holidays, but I
Yeah.
don't
So yeah.
have.
So anyway, they were
Mais les autres,
dancing.
merci.
And they had the group. They had the team dancers. But where we beat them, Etienne, my brother, came in as our manager, and Etienne was
Okay.
the best DJ in the country. You know, he
Oh
was.
wow.
Oh yeah, Etienne was the DJ. Okay, in Kinshasa, there was no other
Early
DJ.
80s.
Yeah,
So we
he
thought we
was the.
what? Were we talking 85?
Yeah, now we're growing to 84, 84,
Okay,
84,
84.
83, 84, right? 84, 84. So
Okay,
now,
so you went to the competition, you beat up everybody, you came up out as the winners.
no, no, no. At the
Oh,
competition at the Palais, the group thing,
yeah,
the LC, so Limited City Breakers,
yeah,
we got together because you know what happened when I did my first competition, right? People used to say where you were from.
yeah.
We have the Mohammed, and people heard I was from Limete, so everybody came to my house. They're like, "Oh my God, you the guy who danced for Limite.
Hmm.
We need
Yeah,
to
you
work
were
together."
you were
So
representing.
yeah, I was representing. Everybody came. We created our group, and Etienne told us something no one knew. He said, because as a DJ, you have to do everything on the 1, 2, 3, 4, right? On the beat.
Yeah,
So Etienne was like, you're gonna be synchro with the beat.
of course.
Every movement we did, he made sure we were like, yeah. And that no one had that because we were
Ah,
top on the beat. So when we went to the competition, we also had great moves, but that made us the best. And we
of
won.
course.
We became the champion of Kinshasa.
Wow.
Mhm. Yeah.
Arsène Kamango, je suis un vieux pote de Monsieur Funky Pirate et je confirme tout ce qu'il dit.
Yeah, Arsene was there. It was crazy, this life in Kinshasa. And
Wow.
so we do that, okay? Now, meantime, in the scene of music, in the scene of music in Kinshasa, funk, disco, that's what's happening, was happening. And of course, when breakdance came, hip hop came, right? Rapper's Delight and all
Yeah.
these things. So these
Yeah.
things came out when this music came out of breakdance, of Rapper's Delight, of course, Herbie and Cock and all that stuff, Jaws and Crew. So we were dancing to all this music. Now, because hip hop came, so I start learning how to rap.
Uh-oh.
Yeah, I move on,
In in
I'm
in in French?
no, 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 never in French. Oh, no, 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 no French. Everything was in English. We were saying whatever words we used to say.
Oh
When
yeah,
I moved to,
because you
it
didn't
was
speak
completely
English.
wrong.
Because me, because me, when I started rapping around 80, yeah. I mean, we used to go to Kinshasa as well,
Okay.
but more in the Binza, Ngaliema side. And me
Yeah.
and my sister Ekomba, we were already rapping too.
Yeah.
So I think by 80, no, 86, I'm 12, so I'm not rapping yet. I
Ah,
think by 80, 89, I'm 14, 15. That's when we're starting to
okay.
be the hip hop kids,
Okay.
and then we're starting
Well,
to,
at that time, I'm already out, bro. I'm already out. I'm already out of Kinshasa. I'm already gone
wow, that's
because.
crazy. But when we started rapping, we
Uh
were
huh.
rapping in English directly because we actually learned English at school and we were already bilingual. So
Yeah.
and when we discover rap, we want to do rap. And
In
yeah,
English.
for us,
Yeah.
it's the
Yeah.
same thing. It was not in French.
No, French was
Made
not
no
in my.
sense to us because we were listening to American rap too.
Yeah, everybody used to listen to American rap. So, but that time we have Mr. Rogers Chibungu, paix à son âme, il était mort. He was the biggest
So,
DJ also in Congo. I have to say, it was him, Etienne, Mr. Rogers, incredible. And he used to do a lot of animation on the mic. So I took from him whatever he used to do, learned a couple of sentences in the rap, and now I used to go to events, and when we had events. So now, apart from dancing, I'm also doing animation, rapping, and doing these things like that. So I was doing that a lot in
in clubs,
yeah, Le
but
Château. I did that.
that's what at night, afternoons.
Well, we didn't know at that time. It used to be afternoon. All these events were in the afternoon, by the way, from 3 p.m. because we're students. We're going to
Yeah.
school.
And how old
We're
are
not
you?
allowed.
All of you, how old are you at that
Yeah,
time?
we're like 16, I guess, 15, 16,
Wow,
something like that.
that's crazy.
Something like that, yeah. So we really, so that was the time, and at the same time, it was pretty interesting because as hip hop is growing, Michael Jackson is also coming very strong. He's pumping in at the same time.
That's
So
true. Off the
everything
wall
is
and them.
yeah, everything is coming in the mix. You know, so we trying to mimic everything, everything. Yeah. So yeah, so Kinshasa was really fun, and by that time, so 85, 85, right?
Okay, 85.
85, I think 85 I leave. 85, 86, je quitte le Congo encore.
To
I'm
go
gone.
where?
This time we go to, so this time we go to 85, yeah. We go to an African country called Tanzania, Dar es
Oh,
Salaam.
okay.
Yeah. So I go to Dar es Salaam. Dar es Salaam was also something crazy because I
Dar
go
es
to Dar es
Salaam.
Salaam.
Wow.
They pretty in advance compared to Congo when it comes to music.
Okay.
Much much more in advance. They have all the tracks coming from London, US. But there, I go and I go to an event. I'm looking for this event. I hear kids are dancing breakdance.
Okay.
So I go there. I go to the event in over there. But that was only vacation because I couldn't study in Dar es Salaam. They sent me to Lubumbashi. So I go back from Dar es Salaam to go to school. My mom goes, "No, you go into your uncle's house in Lubumbashi."
Okay.
And
At Willie Yav's fief.
exactly, William was also living there at the same time.
Yeah.
Yeah. So we meet again. I meet him again over there. And
Eric Ike is in Paris now. She lived in New York for 10 years and she came back to France around 10 years ago.
yeah,
She's fine. It was her birthday 8 days ago.
yeah. So it's
Happy birthday,
so
Ike.
yeah. Happy
So now
birthday.
you're in Lubumbashi.
So listen, I go to Dar es Salaam the time of vacation. I
Okay.
go and dance with the guy from Dar es Salaam. And the
Okay.
guy, they see that I'm a foreigner, they automatically, you know, and now this is where you see the difference, right? In Congo, when we used to dance, we were doing the circle and it was friendly. In Dar es Salaam,
Mm.
they used to do it like New York way. They will challenge you, they will push you. It was almost like
Okay.
a fight. So I didn't know that one. I got there and I'm watching them dancing. They realize I'm not from there.
Okay.
So they start talking the language, they speak English and Swahili, they're mixing all this stuff. And they're like, yeah, yeah, this guy is not from here. What does he do? So they bring in a dancer who's dancing there. The guy come to my face.
Eh,
Yeah, he come to my face.
straight.
I'm like, oh my God. I'm like, oh my God, what's going on? I'm like, what is he doing? I'm like, yes. I'm like, oh, this one, I don't know what's going on. So I'm scared. I'm like, I hope it's not like Kinshasa. People fight all the time. I'm going to get into a fight here. I just moved here. And I was scared because I was alone,
Mm-hmm.
I don't know the language, Of course, I knew a little bit of English. I knew English a little bit more. But, I'm like, so the guy comes and they showed me to go on a dance floor. I'm like, oh, okay.
That's a lettre de bagarre.
That's good. Let's
What up,
go.
Nina? What up, Nat?
So I go inside the thing. I dance. The guys, they just got scared. They're like, oh, no, 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 these guys are another level.
Uh-oh.
Oh
Wow.
yeah. I go there, I dance. The girl from Dar es Salaam, they're like, they didn't know how to come back. People start clapping their hands, and they told me, well, this guy is not the best one.
Okay.
We'll bring the crew next time. So I was like, oh, really? I was like, yeah. They say, yeah, we will bring the crew. So, I was like, oh, okay. I was like, oh, but it was fun, to dance against these guys. So
Wow.
that was just vacation. I go back to Lubumbashi.
Okay.
Lubumbashi, La Yav was not there yet, I think. They came 1 year after. So I go to
Okay.
Lubumbashi.
One second before you continue. Can you take the screen of your laptop and just put it a little bit?
Higher?
No, yeah, just for you to be higher.
Oh, okay. So I gotta move
Just a bit.
farther.
No,
Like
like
this?
you were, it was cool. Was just the screen. Does the screen
Oh.
move? Just no, not verticalement.
Ah, verticalement.
Yeah.
Like this?
A little bit more. Your screen don't move.
No, it's moving, but because it's a computer, so it's different maybe.
Oh, it's a Wait. Oh, it's not a laptop.
It is a laptop.
Yeah, so you just
Yeah,
turn down the screen a little bit.
Oh. Okay. Let's see. How do you want
Yeah,
it?
here
Like
is
this?
good. Now try to be
Yeah,
more
right?
on the top, on the middle of the screen, not vertically.
No.
Yeah.
Like this,
Yeah,
right?
yeah. Because the people on YouTube, they see you well, but the people on TikTok,
Oh,
the image
oh,
only arrive here.
oh,
So you
really?
have to just maybe
Okay.
try to be
How
more
is
up.
it now? Better?
I don't see it moving.
Huh?
Nina says it's a little bit better, but you're still down there. You like,
Oh, I'm too low.
yeah, you're too low.
Oh, okay. Well, to be higher, I need to do this a little bit more. I have to move the screen.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
Yeah. Now it's better.
We don't see the difference. Where the camera is on the top of the laptop?
No, the camera is on the lower of the laptop. It's a kind of
Oh, that's why. What? That's strange.
yeah, maybe. So what? Hold on. No?
The camera's on the low of the laptop?
Yes, it's
Ah, so moving
protecting.
the screen doesn't do nothing.
Oh well, I guess so. I don't know.
Yeah,
But what?
like this,
What?
you're good. Maybe you come a little bit
Oh,
closer.
yeah.
Perfect,
Okay.
perfect,
Oh,
perfect,
like
perfect,
this is good.
perfect.
Okay. Okay.
All right,
All right. That's cool. All right. Better.
perfect.
Okay. So yeah.
So yeah,
So you.
so
So yeah. So this is the thing. We live. We live. I live there. I go back to Lubumbashi. I'm
Lubumbashi back
also
to Congo.
yeah back to Congo. New in the city.
Ah,
Lubumbashi
yeah,
new.
you knew again. So wait, listen. Born in Kinshasa, then you go to Paris, new in the city, but you're a kid, you're good. Then you go to Rabat, Morocco, new in the city, fights, etc., etc. Then you go to Kinshasa, new in the city, fights. Then you go to Dar es Salaam, new in the city,
Yeah. New.
Defi, and now
Lubumbashi new.
you arrive in Lubumbashi,
New.
new again. So Lubumbashi is, to me, the way I see Lubumbashi from for going there a few times, Lubumbashi to me seems so different from Kinshasa.
Yes.
Kinshasa to me seems very, I would say, Lingala Congo, if I
Yeah.
can say like this, very
Yeah.
more. Yeah,
Yeah.
it's in terms of region, it's the west side of the country. It's not far
Yeah.
from Angola. It's more like it's not too far from, like, it seems like, I mean, especially back in the days, it seems more like a Mungala country, like.
Yeah.
And
Yeah. Yeah.
then Lubumbashi, on the contrary to Kinshasa, seems more like South Africa to me, because
It
it's
is.
down south, and people are more into. I mean, when I went there, so the first time I was like, wait, people are not into like Congolese music like in Kinshasa. People are more
Oh,
into South African music, house music, and stuff like that. So I was like, yo, this is different here.
yeah. Yeah.
So did you
Yeah.
feel
It
that
was.
already back then in 85, 86?
Yeah. So when I got there to Lubumbashi, it was very interesting. But we still had the influence of Kinshasa. Why?
Of,
Mr. Rogers, Roger Chibungu, Mr. Rogers, who was the top DJs in Kinshasa, moved
okay.
also to Lubumbashi.
Oh, okay.
Alain Yav, Willy Yav, c'était des Quinois.
Yes.
They also in Lubumbashi.
So
We have
everybody
a lot
moved to Lubumbashi in around 85.
around those time, but
Is
not.
there a reason why everybody moved at the same time, or it's just
We didn't really know. So we went to that school called Madini. It was the
okay?
thing from the. Hey, hold on 1 second. I need to tell Sarah that I'm in the meeting. Let me go tell Sarah.
No doubt. Yes, Nina. Let me look at the comments while you are watching this.
Yeah.
What up, Nina? Yes. Sunday, everybody learn their English. Nat, you have to speak in English, Nat. Pas de français ici aujourd'hui. Melly Babe, what up? Gerpon, what it do?
Meaning, I'm on my air.
Electro Wheel, what up? Nicole Furtado, what it do? Don't forget to put some roses, some likes, some hearts. Don't forget to put some likes. We're not yet at 10,000 likes TikTok. I want to see more likes. Go ahead. So yeah. You good?
Yeah.
All right.
Yeah. Yeah. I sent a message. So yeah, the situation. So I'm in Lubumbashi, new guy again in
Lord.
Lubumbashi. Now, one thing about me, even in Kinshasa, they used to call me Americano. So I always have my own style. Always. I don't look like guys, normal guys. I have my clothes. My clothes are always different. So I go to Lubumbashi. Everybody found me strange. It's,
Because it was not
they're like,
Lubumbashi of today. It was a different Lubumbashi. So you
yeah.
arrived dressed like a pirate.
I
People were
go
like,
there,
"What?"
weird guy coming to school in Madini. And of course, the good repairs, like, oh, I know Rogers, I know everybody. So we went to Caravia, and
Oh, Carabia.
yeah, that
The
was
first time I
fun.
performed in Lubumbashi was there.
Oh, yeah, okay, yeah.
Yeah.
So, it was fun. So there they also did a competition,
Okay.
dancing competition, and I was invited. I was invited to dance, but I won. I became the champ there too.
Oh, wow.
I I beat the champion of Lubumbashi. It was crazy. The guy was so good, man. But there was something I had that no one had in Kinshasa. It was the electric boogie. That no one had that.
Is it a
Nobody.
dance? Is it a dance from?
No, it was a something I used to do when I used to dance. When I do my show, you can come and get me with the thing, and I was because look, even the last championship we had in Kinshasa, Château, c'était le dernier, the last one.
Okay.
Okay, I was in the final, so it was Ife who won, guy from Binza. Ife Bongi, je crois que c'est ça son nom.
Represent.
Ife Bonge, il y avait Mames Pinga also, who was an amazing dancer too. So, but I had that thing called electric boogie. And electric boogie, I was the only one to do it. So once I do all my moves, and I say, you have power moves. That
Yeah, yeah,
was
yeah.
my power move. So when I did, the guy from Lumumbashi was amazing. But bro, when I got to the dance floor, I thought he's gonna win. I didn't know anyone there, so I was like, you know what, that guy is so good, he's probably gonna beat me up. But I won the thing with the. I brought in my my electric thing. Nobody has seen it in Lubumbashi. People went crazy.
Did you invent it or did you see it in TV or did you?
I didn't see it on TV. I didn't invent it. I didn't see it on TV because you don't even see it on TV. Even the Americans, they don't do it. So it was
So,
my own thing. It was
oh, so,
electric. So I
so it's a
became like
move. It's a move you created.
I created, yeah. I created the move.
That's
And that
crazy.
move was the best move ever. Because when I did it, no one could do it because it was my move. And it was just amazing. So everywhere I went, when I went to Dar es Salaam, they brought that champion guy because they came back, by the way. They came back.
Okay.
They brought me back. My brother was funny. My brother goes, Jean-Claude, va montrer aux enfants là-bas que Kinshasa, là, on est à un autre niveau. Giflez-les! It was funny. My big
Yeah.
brother. So I got in there. I destroyed the guy. The guy was destroyed. And the people from Dar es Salaam were pissed because I was from Congo. Like
Territoriality.
territoriality and everything. But yeah, that was a fun story. Lubumbashi was fun. There was nothing major there. I have to say, as you say, the influence was more coming from South Africa. They used to listen to a lot of songs from South Africa.
Yeah.
At that time, house music was not there, but
Kwaito.
it was not even
No, it was
Kwaito was not
early.
there.
It was too
When
early.
we were there, yeah, it was too early. It was comment elle s'appelle cette femme? I'm burning up, I'm burning up. My house is on fire. Yvonne Chaka Chaka. It was Yvonne Chaka Chaka who used to be the queen.
It was
You know,
also the times of Johnny Clegg.
exactly, Johnny Clegg. So all these things, they were listening to that. That's the music was coming a little bit more to Lubumbashi. And Lubumbashi also didn't like the quinoa. We have to face it. You know, the quinoa were not that much love there. You know, we didn't get. You know, so
So
there were two
how long
things
did you
about
stay in Lubumbashi?
Lubumbashi. Not too long. Not too long. Last year I did my 2 years and I left,
Okay.
and I went back to Dar es Salaam for one more
Okay.
year,
Okay. Wow.
and I went to France. Moved back to
What
France.
what a youth. Like so going 2 years in one city, 1 year in one city, 2 years in one city, was it easy for you to study?
To study, it was a little bit complicated, but I think I was able to adapt. I did adapt.
And were you always going in different places with your brother?
Yeah, yeah. But my brother, Etienne, when we moved to Dar es Salaam was backwards. Okay, it was coming from Kinshasa. It was like, what? The only thing Dar es Salaam was a weird country for. I loved it, but it was different because we went to a communist country. Nyerere used to be the president.
Okay.
But the good thing about Dar es Salaam, the music. They had music in the clubs. The clubs were nothing to do with our clubs. They were really, I thought they were kind of old school, weird. They had really weird clubs. They were bars,
Okay.
but they had, they used to already show TV. They already had screens. So when we used to go to clubs, you could see Soul Train going on. Soul Train was going on at the same time in the club. So that was nice. So you're dancing, you can see the dancing going on Soul Train. So they were pretty advanced at that level. And I think DJing was already mostly advanced because young people were already into DJing when I went to Dar es Salaam.
Right back, say I've never been to Lubumbashi. I heard the city really upgraded though. I mean, last time I went was 10 years ago, but it was already great at that time compared to Kinshasa. That is the chaos. It was, you could feel that. And that's where you had like all the, it was not far from the mines of cobalt, malachite, and so many different things. So it was actually richer
and developed.
Richer and more developed, like from what I remember. But I'm actually, I might go on June if they pay, but I have a proposal. Yeah, I have a proposal to go perform.
Oh, that's excellent.
You have to come back to the middle of the screen. You went back down there.
I went back down. Okay, yeah. It's man.
Come closer. Don't be scared. Nina is gonna eat you.
Okay. Yeah, let me come closer.
There you go.
Good. Okay.
So So when do you go to the US?
All right. So let's fast forward quickly. Before going to US, we got to talk about Paris.
So wait. So Lubumbashi. So born in Kinshasa. Then Rabat, Morocco. Then Kinshasa. Then Dar es Salaam. Then Lubumbashi. Then Dar es Salaam. Then Paris. So what time are you when you reach Paris? And what old are you when you reach Paris?
I finished school, so I'm 18.
18, okay.
Yeah, I'm 18 because I'm going to university.
So
no, I'm not 18 actually. I'm 19 because there was one year when you used to do the dancing, we all failed. All the dancers, we didn't make it one year. So you got to put it in consideration.
Arsene
So
is saying this is the story of our life.
yeah. So
So now you're in Paris.
yes,
So you actually grew up in Paris between age 2 and 10.
so, yeah.
So now you're back as a teenager. What? So what? What year is that?
Well, it's we. So I finish school. I get my comment on appelle diplôme d'état in Congo. I decided to stay one more year just to have fun in Dar es Salaam. So after that, I take one full year of break, just partying like crazy, having fun. And after that, I go to France. So that we are in 89.
So
So
89, you're in Paris. So
yeah,
that's like
somewhere in 18,
before.
19,
That's even
20.
before French rap. I mean, it's the early
French rap.
French rap, and I
Yeah.
think from my memory. So at that, I think I'm 15 at that time.
Okay. So
Wait,
listen.
74, 80. Yeah, I'm 14, and I remember that I used to be. You know what was the scariest place for me in
Yeah.
Paris?
No.
La Place Carrée.
La Place
I
Carrée.
was scared of that
Really?
place. Listen,
Oh,
I because don't forget that at that time my dad is an ambassador,
yes.
and I live in Boulevard Montmorency, 16e arrondissement,
Uh-huh.
and whenever I leave the house is to go in the car with a driver, and I only take the subway for the first time when I'm 15. And I remember in school I had my friend that used to be with me in school, Carol Farah, who tells me, hey, we have to go to Musée du Louvre for this thing. And so we take the metro for the first time. For me, that was the first time, and I'm with une doudou, a
La
coat
jaquette.
in my jacket was in en daim.
Oh, yeah. Oh,
It was a
yeah.
chevignon en
Oh,
daim.
ooh. Okay.
My jeans was Marité François Girbeau, and I had
Okay.
Western shoes. So for me, when she says, "Oh yeah, don't worry, to go to the Louvre, we're gonna pass through La Place Carrée," to me, I was like, "Oh, c'est fini. Ils vont me faire dépouiller.
Ils vont te dépouiller.
Ils vont me dépouiller."
C'était ça. Ouais, ouais,
because
ouais, ouais.
because at that time in
Yeah.
Paris, you have the
Ouh.
skinheads, you have and you have the les
Les
Kaira, you
requins,
have
les Kaira, les requins vicieux, tous ces groupes-là étaient là. It was
so to
crazy.
me at that time Paris, I was scared of, like, Châtelet was not a place. Listen, I was 16e arrondissement, Tour Eiffel, where I had my school, Catholic school, Champs-Élysées, Champ-Disque maybe, but that's the first time I take, and Carol, she was like, yeah, let's go. She didn't care. So she was like, yeah, let's go. So, and then we passed in the middle of La Place Carrée. Listen, my heart was pounding. I was like, oh no. And I'm like, oh my God, I have the Chevignon. They're going to take it. Like, to me, that part of Paris was, at that time, I'm 15. Now, that part of Paris was so scary. I think I was starting to write some raps, but I never performed in front of people and stuff. And I was like, like little petit enfant modèle, petit écolier modèle. So
Yeah.
at that time, Paris to me is so scary outside of my little 16e arrondissement. So how was it for you?
Oh my God. So, first of all, I don't go to Paris. My parents send me to Lille to study.
Oh,
I have to go. I go to Lille to study. Now,
Euralil. All
yeah,
right.
but mind you that in Lubumbashi something crazy happened. In my school, I have a teacher. He was from Kivu. He was from Kivu, from Rwanda. I don't know, from Kivu or Rwanda, something like that.
Okay.
This teacher was special, history teacher. He will take us back in school to teach us the history of colonialism. He had videos, he has all the things. So we see how those Europeans destroyed us, right? And bro, I became a pro black.
Oh.
And I
And
moved
that's
to
the
Paris.
time where everybody's on Malcolm X and stuff.
Exactly. So I'm coming to Paris with that spirit. You know, I'm in Paris. My friend Malcolm, they live in, we meet, they live. So in Lille, we meet. Malcolm was also a student. Uh, he was coming from, he grew up in Canada and in American base. He's very into hip hop. Him and his brother, on a le top, all those crazy haircut that everybody had at that time from, exactly the
At
top.
that time, I had
So,
the Bobby Brown. I think I have the Don't Be Cruel
oh
haircut.
yeah, the don't be cruel. So can you imagine? So that time it's crazy for me because I'm going to this country. I'm going to France. My dad is a diplomat, but he's coming back to the country. And diplomats, in Congo at that time, problem happened. Finances problem happened. So here we go.
That's the
I
first
mean,
exile.
yeah, that's the first time I'm going to France. I'm going back to France. Everything was moving forward. I get to school, everything is fine. And situation is complicated because I don't have money. I don't have that much money, right? Like I used to live everywhere, Pénard, suddenly c'est un peu la galère, I'm like, oh. So I'm with my sister. Anyway, there we meet with all these guys. We became the crew. I'm like the chief of the gang,
Wait a
moving
minute.
everybody. Yeah.
You meet with who?
So all these guys we meet in Lille. We became a crew
Okay.
together. But mind you, the crew is, I'm a pro black coming from an English part. You have Malcolm, who grew up in a state, who was also a breakdancer, who used to dance breakdance as well, and very pro black.
Thank you,
So
Uncle.
so all of us, we are very, very into like, blackness and hip hop and hardcore. So, but American. Etienne, my brother, is already in New York. Okay.
Oh. So
Yeah.
you went to Paris and your brother went to New York.
Yeah, my brother was already in New York. And Etienne was in New York. So I'm in connection with him, talking to him. So we're listening to hip hop. Now, Paris have Radio Nova.
Yeah. My sister used to go
Radio,
there all the time.
yeah. Okay, Radio Nova, it's popping. They used to, the music was awesome. We got to agree on that. Man. The hip hop was
DJ
amazing.
Dynasty.
Yeah, DJ Dynasty. So Dynasty was just incredible. Music is incredible. But I told you I was rapping already, but I was rapping in English.
Yeah.
And I used to play guitar. So I will go at Châtelet-Léal with my guitar and I will play songs and I will
Okay.
rap.
Wow. Rap
Yeah.
while playing the guitar?
Yeah. People will
Damn.
come there. There's, the circle. Of course, they don't give you money. We never ask for money. We just to do that fun and everything.
Yeah.
So that was a thing that I used to do there. And so from that point, hip hop is growing, but the French guys, they're now rapping in English. They're not rapping in French yet. They're rapping, they're listening to. So they coming to me and Malcolm. They're like, yo, can you translate this part, put it in French for us? So what I used to do, I would listen to the tracks, write it down the lyrics in French, give it to some kids, and they were able to rap the French. So French hip hop really came from taking lyrics from American hip hop
Yeah.
and to translate them.
MKM, what
And
up?
so, yeah, at that time, so we had a show at Quai d'Orsay. And
Okay.
hip hop was very violent, by the way, in Paris.
That's true. Like
It was violent. It was not a fun thing. It was
yeah,
violent.
the
Châtelet Léal,
parties were crazy.
fighting every day. Every party
Gunshots
had
in
a
the
fight.
parties. I remember gunshots.
Yeah, exactly. So it was crazy.
I used to go dance at, I don't know if you were there, but by 92, my sister and I we would go dance at Terry's party at Place Clichy.
Ah, Place
Place.
Clichy, yeah.
The place was called Le Chapelet. Wait. Yeah, it was the Chapelet.
Oh, I think we went there.
It was like a small thing, and down. Yeah,
They had stairs?
you had to go downstairs, and then it was
Yeah.
like hot in there, and everybody was dancing. Was just dancing.
Yeah, yeah,
Everybody
yeah.
was like, and me and EK would come always dressed the same. Me and my sister, like, so that's 91 maybe, and we would do choreographies from things we would see on TV. So we would like, and especially when we used to go to Belgium, we would see the Magical Band and all of them,
Magical Band,
and so we would like look at all the moves and then come back with the moves, and then we like.
It was fun.
Le Chapelet,
Yeah.
c'était le Chapelet à
Chapelet.
Place Clichy.
Place Clichy, yeah. So, so hip hop is going on. And one thing is, I say I was pro-black. So, we were,
What up,
I think
Kendrick?
Paris was changing because Paris was becoming a little bit more hardcore. Violence
Okay.
was start creeping in. Kids didn't want to go to school anymore. Women was very rude. Guys were really rude.
And then you had skinheads.
The skinhead that we had to go and fight. I remember we used to get together to go to La Défense to meet them with the crew. We go to beat them there. We used to go and fight them. Yeah, we used to do that. Paris. That's how we get. Washington, not Washington Square. Châtelet Léal used to be the area of skinheads. But the Africans, all of us, we start beating them up. We kick them out of that place.
That's crazy.
They got kicked out. They went to La Défense. We decided to follow them at La Défense. So,
Wow. So this is the times of, I mean, those names for me, who I was at that time, I'm probably 16. When I would hear names like Requin Vicieux, à La Défense, the name of the crew was,
they had a lot of crews in Paris. It was
I
terrible.
think it was the Requin. It was the Requin something too.
Yeah. They had a lot. I don't
Requin
remember
Vicieux
all.
was Maurice and them, and then you had
Popular one.
the one from La Défense. I forgot the name, and then I would hear it.
Saint-Denis aussi, huh?
Nah, like, I would listen. Do you think I would go there
That was
at that
crazy.
time, bro? At that time, listen. Champs-Élysées was the furthest I would go. Everything else to me at that time was
It was too dangerous.
of dangerous territory. Like
Yeah,
we were scared. Like only when we started rapping, then we really started taking the RER. But at that time, nah,
Uh-huh. Yeah.
nah, I wouldn't go there. But I remember because
Yeah.
my sister was hanging out with the girls from La Défense.
Okay.
So
So she was-
that's
But you
when,
know-
and because of we started to be in the rap thing, we would meet a lot of
Yeah.
people from
Yeah,
everywhere. They didn't know where we were coming from. Everybody was reunited around the
Yeah.
the
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 music.
dancing and the music and the rapping. So
great.
it was
great.
it was and at the same time, yeah, it was we would hear about things that would happen at Place Les Fêtes, Place des
Yeah,
Fêtes, things that would happen at
yeah,
le 18e. Ah! Those places like, nah,
yeah. Those quartiers,
us,
they were crazy. And one
us was
thing,
16e, rue de la Pompe,
yeah, yeah,
Champs-Élysées,
okay.
Vaugirard, le 15e. Nah, we were not leaving that area. West Side,
Look, we
Paris,
were
West,
all over.
Southwest Side,
Oh my
Porte de la
God, no.
Muette.
Okay. Paris was crazy, and at that time we were so crazy story. Paris is dangerous. These young kids are going crazy. They don't want to go to school anymore. Paris starts selling shit, drug. You know, that's where the shit started at that time because we're watching video. So what happened is the videos, hardcore hip hop, was happening in the US. People used to watch the video and they used to replicate what they used to see, and they thought it was very good, right?
Mm,
But nobody knew what the ghetto looks like in the US. So at
mm.
that time, a friend of we meet this guy coming from the US, coming from the ghetto, an African American from US who's coming from Brooklyn, right? We become friends with him. And he's pissed at the Parisian. So mad.
Ah oui, Vision, BD, merci. Merci, désolé.
You know?
Black Dragon.
Can you imagine? So this guy is pissed. He's like, what's going on with the French kid?
Uh-oh.
We're trying to read, we live in the ghetto because we can, we're trying to get out of the ghetto. You guys are creating the ghetto.
They're
So at that,
emulating.
exactly,
Because at
emulating.
that time, that's when KRS-One are doing the
They're doing
self-destruction. And there
self-destruction. Everything
there's
was
there's
about
a
to
move in the US to
fight the power came in.
and the more
Yeah,
African roots, back to the roots, etc. At that time.
exactly. That was the time. That's when I moved to US. So I moved to
So wait,
United
wait,
States.
wait. So for now, you are about the guy who come to there. So why did you
That guy,
decide to move to the US?
well, because listen, I'll tell you the crazy story. So this is the thing. I'm still student in Lille. So when I leave Lille, I go to Paris. When I leave Lille, I go to Paris. That's all I used to do.
Okay, so you were
But
going back and forth between Lille
yeah, because I
and
was a student. I had to go to school and
but you were
vacation.
going to school. Oh, vacation, you would go to Paris. Okay.
Yeah, after that,
Lille was
after
probably so boring.
exactly. Well, it was not that boring. There, I discovered the music, the African music,
Yeah,
because
true, true. There's a
they
lot
had a lot
of
of people from Cameroon. They have those le coco, the clubs,
Frankie is
Ivoirien.
saying
That's why I discover more the other Africans. I have Cameroon.
Frankie is saying I was sure that Funky Pirate was kind of gangster. I guess that Tyrone jawline doesn't like.
So you know what? It was really funny. So these things start going to the wrong direction because
Okay.
we were dancing, but Paris is getting dangerous. And we, as young people, we getting more violent, right? I used to go to Paris. I had two, comment on appelle encore les marteaux là? My goodness.
Two hammers?
Yeah, in my bag. I had the hammers in my bag. I was prepared
Yo,
for
that's
any.
a lot of fight.
Yeah, I had the hammer. I had also the music because I had music from the US, WBLS, those radios.
You
So
had
my
cassettes.
music, oh man, I had the cassette with all the new thing, all the new beats. I used to get my brother was hooking me up with all the stuff. So every new track I had, and I had a radio on the metro, I would play my music.
Oh my God, you
Monitor,
were one of them.
those French hated that. They were so
And
pissed.
people were probably scared of you.
Oh yeah, they were because I had my thing, the haircut, and the police arrested me actually one time. I got arrested.
Wow.
Yeah. So anyway, it was crazy, and so Paris got a little bit kind of crazy. So this guy come and he's speaking to me because he realized I could speak English, and he's like, "Bro, what's going on here?" I'm like, he's like, "Why these guys are doing this? Why you guys are doing this? What's going on?" I was like, "Yo, they're following hip hop." It's like, "No, that's not hip hop. That's the wrong thing to do. We trying to leave the ghetto. You guys are creating the ghetto." So he was not happy to see what he found in Paris. So I joined him in a fight to start telling Parisian, we shouldn't do this, we shouldn't smoke weed, we shouldn't do that. I changed the script.
It didn't work.
It didn't know. I know it didn't work, but we did whatever we had to do. But
Yeah.
I was still in the scene with all these guys anyway. But
Yeah, yeah.
we start being conscious. Now, let me tell you the craziest story. So it was pretty far away. We had the first gun who landed in the city of Paris. We heard it. We took the
Lord.
metro. Yeah, with my crew, with my friends. We took the metro all the way there to see the first gun. Ça, c'était the first one who got in Paris. That guy, I forgot his name. He got the gun. He called us. Say, "Jay, guys, I got the gun." We went there. We went to Paris. We touched the gun. We're like, "Oh my God. Now we're true gangsters." We're like, yes.
Crazy.
So I'm like, but at least, but we didn't, of course.
Yeah.
Good thing happened. I moved back. We moved back to Paris. And so this is the thing. I'm playing guitar. I'm in the music a little bit. At that time, I decided we go back to Lille for school. So when I go back to Lille, I meet another friend of mine who used to sing. We created a band. We start singing. We start making music together. I was the producer. So they made music because I was the only one playing instrument. So I'll bring my guitar, we'll write lyrics, and we'll sing. So I recorded a song No, I didn't record. We made a band. We had a girl, Ablawa. Yeah, she's now in the US with us. She used to have a beautiful voice. And I also sang in that song. The song was called Caroline. I'm never going to forget that. It was a beautiful song. Slow jam. And the slow jam, we write this song, and this French guy, I don't know who they gave the music to. Everybody was so proud of the cassette. We'll give it to everyone to listen. This guy listened to the track. They loved it. They're like, "Oh my God, this song is so beautiful." But I was singing in English. We were singing in English. So they called me. They're like, "You want to be a part of this band?" I'm like, "A band?" I'm like, "Yeah, I'm in. Let's go."
Okay.
So I go with them in a band. It's not a hip hop band.
Uh-huh.
It's a rock band.
Oh.
It's a rock band.
Rock band.
Rock band. So I go there, and they were all professional musicians. Professional. And I had to play the bass. So I'm like, oh, I didn't know one single note, chord, nothing. All I knew, it was the ear. So they gave me these papers. They give you papers.
Yeah.
These are papers.
notation.
I'm like, what are you doing with this? So everybody's looking at me. I'm like, what am I doing with this? They're like, this is what you need to play. I'm like, I don't play like that. Everybody is surprised. What? You don't know how? I was like, no. So how are you going to play with us? I'm like,
On
I'm gonna
feeling.
listen to you, and I'm going to play. So I go to the band and I play. After that, I became a singer in this band. And we played for 5,000 people.
Wow.
Because it was a very big band. I didn't know that. Yeah, we tour. We went to Tourcoing. I was touring with them all over the place because of that little music. Coming at the end of the story, moving to New York, we decided Bobby Brown is doing Bobby Brown music. It's in the, you know. So I decided to go to the studio, and I go to the studio. We go, this guy had a studio, and I make a beat like Bobby Brown style.
Okay.
So we make the beat, we do the track, and everything is really good, you know.
Mm-hmm.
And finally, when I make the beat, I go, okay, um, I send it to my brother. No. So we got the music, we all excited. Oh my God, how do you like the track? People are like, no, it's really good, you know, this. So we all excited. So I call Etienne. I'm like, Etienne, we have a track. I'm making beats. It's a hit. You know, we're going to, so we make the deal. I'm like, guys, I'm moving to the US. Me, Malcolm, we all going together. We all moved together, by the way, our whole crew. I didn't go by myself.
You all
All
moved
three
to
of
the US.
all of us.
It was
We
easy
go.
back then.
Well, yeah, I had the diplomatic passport. Malcolm was the son of a diplomat. We didn't need visa was easy.
Yeah.
So
I had that. I had that too. I
yeah,
remember.
so it was easy. So we moved, and that's why I met my brother Etienne. And it was on a DAT. At that time, they used to record on this thing called
I
DAT.
had that too. I had a DAT player and recorder at home.
So I had the DAT. So the DAT, we're supposed to go. My brother is in connection with a label, Warner Brothers, and he's like, "Okay, guys, the people from Warner Brothers are ready to receive you. You need to bring the DAT."
Wow.
The DAT, I give it to my friend. He's in Malcolm goes to Canada. He's like, man, give me the DAT. I'm also gonna go and make people listen to the music. He lose the DAT.
There was only one copy?
Yeah, I only had one copy. We were new in those things.
Yeah, yeah. I mean,
So he took the DAT.
I
I
had
gave
a,
it to him, and the
and
DAT
that
does
was
what?
that the DAT player recorder was some big ass thing. It was big.
Yeah. So, but we only knew it because we went to the studio. The guy said, you had to record on the that. And, all our money went to that studio. I remember we have to pay money to go to the studio. So we
So
moved
you
to New York. That was it. That's the beginning of the story of New York.
so you moved to New York with a demo with the intent to make it as musicians in New York.
Yeah.
But then you lose your demo.
Yeah. And my brother's pissed at this point, Etienne. He goes, we have a meeting. I'm like, yeah.
Oh, you had a meeting with Warner Bros. And you didn't
Etienne,
have the demo because he lost it in Canada.
and I'm like, dude, are you crazy? So he comes back because he was living in New York with us. He just went to Canada. He wanted to whatever. And he came back, no, that. I'm like, bro, we have a meeting. I have a meeting there. What am I going to do? So I go crazy. I go, Etienne, tell them that I'll make a beat on a fly. They can put the thing, I'll make a beat there.
On the spot.
Able on the spot. And of course, it doesn't work like that. Etienne goes nuts. He's like, you, are you kidding me? Are you crazy? I was like, oh no. I was like, so all these things fell through, and I stopped the music, of course, because also New York scared me so much
Why?
because people were so advanced in music. People play the instrument the way we couldn't play them. They were pretty advanced in everything. Music, dance was just, bro. They were pretty
So
advanced.
what this is what time?
This is
What
91,
year? 91.
91,
Wow.
92, 91, 92.
My first time in New York was 96.
Okay, but I was there in New York at that time when you came. So basically, at that time, I decided because I was coming from hip hop. hardcore hip hop in Paris. Remember that. I'm a pro black. I go to New York, meet my brother. My brother is a trendy guy because, he works for Chevignon, who's like a
Okay.
big, big brand.
The one that I was wearing too.
That's right. So you
Uh-huh.
know, those jackets were just amazing. Oh, hold on 1 second. Oh my God, I need to open the door for my son.
He's been outside the whole time.
Yes, he's outside. I think he went out. Sorry.
All right, no
1 minute.
problem. I'm waiting for you. Let me talk to the people while you're there. Crazy story. Listen, while he's going to open the door for his son, I would love for you to tell me in the chat, who do you think I could invite for next episodes of English ones, Club Shada, and in French, Internet du Village? Who do you think would be cool to be a guest for some shows? Because that would be cool. How long have we been live? Almost 2 hours. After the New York story, gonna wrap it up. But yeah, who do you think would be a good? What up, Vision? What up? What? Let me know in the chat some ideas of who do you believe would be some nice guests for Club Shada. Oh, Vision, je suis une connaissance à l'ancienne. Alright. Vraiment, moi maintenant, quand les gens me disent je suis une connaissance à l'ancienne, envoyez seulement les photos en DM parce que nous avons trop d'ex dans la ville de Paris. So yeah.
Ça va, on me voit bien là, c'est bon ou... Okay.
All good.
So yeah. So basically New York, here we go, the beginning of the story. So I get to there, I go to New York City. My brother works for Chevignon.
Yeah.
So New York is a different land because New York City at that time, it's dangerous.
Yeah. Now, this is what, 92? 91?
92, 91.
Yeah, New York was dangerous.
Times Square, bro, it was crazy. You felt like you're in a crazy city because people were crazy.
Wow.
And I landed, okay, with my pro-black kind of vibe, thinking I'm going to do that in New York City. So I get there, I go to New York. There was a club called MK. MK was a club who was amazing.
Okay.
DJ Stretch Armstrong. White
Ooh.
dude.
Okay.
Now, this is crazy.
Next level.
We go, yeah, next level. Every single rapper is at that party.
Wow.
Everyone. Kaysha, so, Queen Latifah, everyone goes to that event, to that party. Who is the DJ? Stretch Armstrong is the DJ MK. So me, I go to my brother. I'm like, Etienne goes, okay, let's go out. So first club we go is called Nails.
What up, Urban? Nails. I know this club.
Yeah. Nails is the top club, is a shishi club. You cannot just get in like this. You need to be on the guest list. And there was not even guest list. The guy decided if you can get in or not. And it was very hard to get in.
Very New York.
Very New York. Nails. Who is there? Madonna. She's the one who used to go hang out there. All the celebrities used to hang out there. So it was very tough to get in.
Okay.
But Etienne had some connection because he's working for Chevignon. You know what I'm saying? So that gives you power in New York.
Okay.
Huh? Yeah. So he had some juice. So I go there and I get upset with my brother because I'm like, dude, come on, man. I'm coming from seeing this club is like, I don't like it that much. He's like, why? He's like, man, the DJ is white. I can't do that. I'm coming from hip hop. My brother looked at me,
You in pro black mode. You
so black mode. He's like, what? I'm like, yeah. I'm man. And I decided not to go. I'm like, I'm gonna go to the real deal. I don't know where you hanging. I'm hanging out with the ghetto kids. That's where I want to go. So he said, okay, you want to do that? I'm like, yeah. He's like, okay. I said, go to MK. Man, you go to MK, right? The party's fun and everything amazing. Party's fun.
So MK was the one with Stretch Armstrong.
Stretch Armstrong. It's
Okay.
crazy. Party is crazy. But the only problem, right? It's a ghetto party. Yeah. And my first time, I'm scared. I'm like, oh my God, this place is horrible.
This remind me my first time in New York in '96,
Uh-huh.
and I went to the tunnel. And I was listen, just the security guy. The hand of the security was like this. And I remember like the guy was 18, but he looks 3 times my size. I was like, what's going on here?
Yeah. Is it funny? So you went to the tunnel. Okay, we'll speak about the tunnel later. So funny enough, I go to this event, and at the end, there is shooting after shooting. I'm like,
Uh-oh.
oh my God. I go on the floor, gunshot everywhere. I go back home. I couldn't even walk. I think we were not far from the club, so I walked a couple of blocks and I couldn't walk. It was crazy. I've never been that scared. Okay,
Wow.
coming from Paris, we were trying to be like, people are playing. There, it was no joke. Gunshot after gunshot. So I'm like, oh, 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 oh. So I go to see my brother. Etienne is like,
Welcome to New York City.
welcome to New York. You want it to be ghetto? You want to go back?
Tu crois que c'est Montfermeil ici? Tu crois que c'est Roubaix?
Oh my God, it was funny. I was like, oh no, this thing is serious. Now, at the meantime, I'm like, oh man, this is crazy. This place is. So I decided to leave. Of course, I didn't want to go back to those parties anymore. So the whole pro-black thing
Went away with your
that's
courage.
it. Oh, that was it. I left it. I was like, no, I can't mess up.
First gunshot. There goes the pro black.
Go away. Throw it away, bro. And I decided, and I said to myself, hey, Michel, je suis pas. I said, I didn't come to this country to die. So I start thinking, you start thinking about this. You are real.
Wow.
So, bullet. I'm like, oh my God, this is what people say is dangerous. And it was dangerous everywhere. Etienne was like, you need to make sure you have no money in your pocket. Make sure when you walk, watch everywhere you're walking. Look in the back, look in the front, look everywhere.
Don't go in small streets.
No. Oh, no.
When you see groups of men waiting, don't go. I remember '96 was before Giuliani starts cleaning up the city and the gentrification of that whole. But I remember that my first time in New York, and me, I love to walk at night. So I would walk at night, but then first thing I do, I went to a store. I was dressed head to toe, Perry Ellis, and I was just walking, and because my English was perfect, and I had an American, I would say a New York accent because of
Uh-huh.
all the interviews I was watching, all the things. So most people were actually thinking that I was an American
Uh-huh.
or an African that that
So they didn't
that
really
was there
bother
for a
you.
few years. So people were not bothering me, and I was rapping too and stuff. But that was crazy too.
Yeah. So, so the story is like, yeah, I leave that move and I decided, I'm like, okay, this thing is not really happening, the hip hop thing for me, because I'm not trying to like go and lose my life because I'm trying to become a pro black. And the African American were really mean, okay? They were very violent, very mean, the one that I
Okay.
met. So I was like, this is not the vibe. So I had to be trendy. So I decided to go back to nails. And now, mind you, New York City is very crazy, right? New York City has clubs, and Jacques and Pascal, Was, Bruce Up to Groove, Danny Kane, they were the top promoters in the city.
Okay.
Only models, okay? It was only guest list only. And in the club, in the parties, they only had models, nothing else. If you're not a model, you don't get in. They don't
Are you
care.
talking about? Are you talking about if you're not a model, you can't get in as a black person or in
Any
general?
in general, the promoters were black.
Oh,
They were Haitian. Yeah,
yeah.
Jacques and
New.
Pascal were from. They were from Haiti.
When I went there, I realized that the Haitians run New York at that time.
Yeah, they do. They had a lot of them. So Nelson and Anthony, they were actually Nelson and Anthony. Anthony was a model, a true model. So, and New York was different because you go to the country with music that you used to listen to Kinshasa disco. That's not what people are listening over there. They're listening to completely different type of music. You know. So Bobby Brown, when you say to people they play Bobby Brown, people are laughing at you. They're like, "What? They play Bobby Brown in the club?" I'm like, "Yeah." They're like, "No, don't play
So what
that."
was the music at that time there?
The music was underground. So they used to play all this music that, man, I didn't know one single song. I tell you that much. Not one. I was like, wait a minute. So were we so far off?
Damn. What up, Charlotte?
We were, yeah. That's interesting, right? You go, people were listening to, you know, some music. Okay, classics. They used to listen to funk, some classics funk, but not especially the one that we used to listen in Kinshasa. They
Okay.
have the disco music were a little bit different. Shaka Khan, maybe. So you can remember maybe two tracks. Shaka Khan, they play Quincy Jones, Michael Jackson, not really. Um, Prince, that's where I got to discover Prince.
Wow.
It was huge. Prince was played everywhere. I was like, oh my God, Prince. So Prince was one of those guys who were like on top. So basically, I decided to live in New York City. I'm like, okay, I gotta get to know more people. I got a job. I find a little job. I was working in a pharmacy, you know, doing my little job, but I was going out. I finished the work. I'm out in a party, going to meet people. So what happened is,
And your plug was your brother.
what?
Your plug was your brother. You could go in everywhere thanks to your brother, or
Well,
you.
no, I could go anywhere. I could go to places because my brother used to go to only the trendy places.
Okay.
So the places where you needed to be on the guest list where the models used to go, I was getting in because of my brother.
Okay.
But the other places, I used to go on my own, go out on my own. We're not going out together with Etienne. No, no, no. Etienne used to go to certain places, all the trendy, chic places. I was still trying to go to, the other New York kind of vibe, more crazy Latino, black people, I was still in there, but not
Yeah.
in the hardcore one.
Okay.
So when I moved to New York, what I did, I became friends with a lot of African Americans. So my friends were African Americans. And it was very interesting because I got to realize, I think in New York City, that wearing a pine, wearing African clothes were beautiful, because I didn't know that. We never did it. For us, those things was no way. We used to wear only the stuff from the Europeans, whatever. But there, the black people were all Africanized. They were wearing all the pine, the girls, young girls from Brooklyn's. It was
Yeah,
different.
that's the time of the big Nefertiti earrings
Nefertiti,
and
you remember those big earrings?
yeah.
Yeah.
Oh,
So
EK was all over. That
all
was
over those
EK
things,
style
right?
and the
Yeah, of course.
Queen
Ike
Latifah
was,
haircut.
yeah. Ike was pure. She was 100%, man. She was no joke. So, and it was funny. So I got in there and I met so many people. And by the job that I used to do delivery, okay,
Okay.
for this pharmacy. But that pharmacy was on Fifth Avenue. Fifth Avenue is the street, the most expensive street in New York City.
It's like Avenue Montaigne, I would say.
Exactly. There we go. So, but I was working for this pharmacy, and the clients of the pharmacy were all super rich. So when I used to go and deliver, I was dressed up funky. The people loved me. So I met there the woman for Yo MTV. She was living. I used to deliver to her. I'm like, oh my God, this is Yo MTV. I'm coming to deliver medicines, right? So I go and deliver. I'm like, oh, this is the woman from the MTV. And she was really nice. So I used to go. I became friends. I met a lot of people also through that. And I was going out, meeting people. In 2 years, okay, I knew a lot of people in New York. At the point that this girl, Suzanne Balcunas, she was a girl, and she's like, Jean-Claude, why don't you become a promoter? And I'm like, a promoter? I'm like, no way. But before that, let's go back. Before that, my brother Etienne, when I came from Paris, that's something important. Coming from Paris, I also went to Timis. Timis, la main bleue.
Oh, le Timis.
Yeah. Le Timis, la main bleue. I didn't go to Cœur Samba. I didn't go. But I go to Timis. So
My dad,
for me, yeah.
My dad and Jacob de Varieux used to be les deux bandits de Cœur Samba.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, I didn't go
That's
there.
why my dad, when he created his big house in Binza, he did a copy of Cœur Samba in a part of the house. So he has his own club.
Oh,
back
wow.
And my mom had 2 clubs in Kinshasa.
Really? Which
Yeah,
one?
she had I keep forgetting the name. The second one was Esika, but I believe you were already gone.
Yeah.
And the first one was Eclipse.
Eclipse.
Was it
No,
Eclipse?
I think I was gone already, I think.
It was destroyed when there was les émeutes.
Oh, okay. Oh, well, no. I was already gone.
Because everybody thought it was, because the Mobutu kids were always there, and people thought it belonged to them when actually it belonged to my mom.
Okay.
I think it was Eclipse, the name of the club. My cousins know, I'll ask them.
Yeah, so, so I live there. And here we go. I mean,
So they tell you, why don't you be a promoter?
Yeah, and I was so pissed off. Because coming
Nina
from
is
Paris,
saying, come back closer to the laptop. She wants to see your face.
Do they see me? Okay.
Yeah, perfect.
Good. Perfect. Okay. So basically, the thing is that when yeah, okay, yeah, definitely. So I go to Paris. I go to New York City. I decided to meet my own crew. Etienne doesn't know a lot of black people. I know the black people. I'm going hanging out with the black people in New York City, going to the parties. They had an event called, oh my God, that was crazy. It was called The Secret. Okay. New York was crazy. Event used to be crazy because they used to have events. The Secret, it was, on the train, right? They're not going to tell you where the place is. Only the day of the event, you will know where you need to go. So that's how it was.
Nice.
Those were amazing parties. So I went to those parties, and so basically, I got to know a little bit more people. I studied the thing. So before that, when we go back forward, before when I moved to New York City, because of Timis, I told my brother, I said, Etienne, we need to do African parties here in New York. So Etienne started doing the African parties. That's how we started
But
it.
at that moment, is your brother a DJ or a promoter?
My brother, he's a DJ.
Okay.
And well, he's not doing, he's a promoter, no. But
He works at Chevignon, but he's in the circles.
he's definitely in the circle.
Now, the
And
question is, how is African music in New York at that moment? So we're talking
that
what,
moment-
90, 93, 94?
93, yeah, 93, 94. African music is not known.
Okay.
You have to go, there was only one club, I think the owner was from Kenya, and that's where all the Africans used to go.
So why do you believe that making African music parties would work in New York?
Because, the idea of Timis to me was fantastic. I found like they were playing all kind of music, and I knew also that the place where the club where they used to, it was the only club, it was packed, it was the only club where they play African music. And Etienne also, the type of crowd who would come to the parties, right? We also knew American people. So some American people used to show up. Etienne was able to bring in different crowd. The crowd was different. It was not just African people. So we introduced African music to Americans, basically. That's where they start listening a little bit, to Diblo Dibala, those kind of music. So we were playing all the zouk, all those kind of things. They were learning how to dance. They were learning, and we had now people from
They were
Paris.
learning how to dance. But what was the crowd? Were there African people, or were you trying to do
African people,
Okay.
African people, trendy African people that we knew because
But like, was it easy to create a party? Did you have like find a club where you would do the party? Like how
Yeah.
I understand you had connections and stuff, but was it easy to create one of the first trendy African party in New York?
it was not that hard because we knew the owner, and we were able to sell him the thing, and we did the grand opening. It was really good. He made money, and that was it. When he made money, we also made money. So we were like,
And it was
"Oh,
like, please do more.
exactly." And also another thing, we had other Africans. Don't forget, we are trendy, but you have also other Africans. We're not the only one. We meet Nikki Wilson, who was the best friend of Etienne. We have les enfants du type de what is name again? Sons of diplomats, and you know those are the kind of crew who were mingling with Americans as well, but they were also, we brought in that scene. And the Americans we knew, the girls that we knew, we invited. So they came to the party, you know? So we created the connection. So that was an
All right.
event that Etienne used to do, not me. I was just helping. The idea came, I gave the idea. Etienne was the one who did it. He was a great DJ for that. So it was amazing.
Okay.
So we did that. But in the meantime, I get to become, there was a club called the Lamplight.
The Limelight.
The Lamplight is an old church
Oh,
that they transformed
a club in a church.
in a church.
Lord have mercy. It's something they do now. Like they have one like this in Brussels.
Okay.
And me, listen, me when somebody tell me that the club is in a church, I'm like, nah, man, I'm not going there.
Well, let me tell you, the Lamplight was crazy. The Lamplight was a club. They used to play only techno music, very hardcore. I never wanted to go there because I hated that music. Have you heard of music called industrial?
Yes, of course.
Okay.
Bam, 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 bam,
So,
bam, bam.
yeah, they were playing industrial and techno, and I hated the music.
That's for people who are completely
In the other world. Yeah,
in DD mode.
exactly. So, exactly. So, you know
Charlène
what?
revient mercredi, c'est en français.
So I'm going there. I'm going. So the girl goes, "You're gonna work for Peter Gation. I want you to meet him." As a guy who's coming from Paris, you know, I'm like, yeah, but you know what? So the owner looks like shit. I'm sorry for the word, but he
What you
looks,
mean the owner looks like shit?
man, il est en babouche, you know. He has like this. He's a jean who has holes,
Oh Lord.
right? He has a couple of holes on the jean. So I'm thinking he's a homeless. So
Rich people do that.
yeah, I know, but you know, for me, I was like, so I tell Bakunas, I'm like, yeah, but you know, so basically, we have the meeting. We decided to do the event at the Lamplight, and I'm like, you know, I cannot do this crazy music. She's like, no, they're gonna give you your own room. Really? Yeah.
Oh, your own room.
I had my own room in a club, and that room
Nice.
was called the library. Full of books.
So what was the name of the club?
The Lamplight.
The Limelight.
Yeah.
So they had like techno industrial parties, but then they would give you your own room where you could do your thing and do African
Yeah.
parties.
No, there I'm not doing African parties.
Oh, okay.
There it's me. African parties, I just told you Etienne is doing it. I came with the idea.
Okay.
Etienne
Okay.
came. Yeah.
So you're doing your own parties. So your brother is doing his parties
Yeah.
where he's DJing,
Yeah.
and you're doing your own concept.
My own thing, my own concept, and I call it funk soirée.
Funk soirée.
No. Oh no. The first party was Parlez-vous funky.
Parlez-vous franquais?
Funky.
Funky. Okay.
Yeah. You know why? Because when I moved to New York, people were like, Parlez-vous français? Parlez-vous français? So I moved it and I call it Parlez-vous funky, and I did
Nice.
it on my birthday. So
That's
it was my
crazy.
birthday party, the grand opening.
Wow.
I promoted the event, 200 people came. And let me tell you, it was the first time in the Lamplight. First of all, Lamplight, to get in, no black people could get there. It was pretty, it was pretty racist. Let's put it just like this, or whatever. You know, they didn't get in.
Yeah.
So it was tough. So I came in, and I had a vision of, I want to bring everybody, black, white, yellow, a mixed crowd. And I told the owner that was my vision. And let me tell you, it was amazing. So I met a guy named Michael James, who became my partner after that. He
Okay.
was from Williamsburg, Brooklyn. And we met, and he called me. He invited a lot of his friends. If he meets someone from a country, he's like, "Oh, my friend is doing an international party." So it was really good. So I do this party, birthday. Suzanne Balkunas make a huge cake. Man, I've never seen anything like this. The cake. And it was VIP only.
Okay.
If you didn't have a stamp, you couldn't get into my party. And I bring DJ Jules, who was from England, and there he plays funk, music, and soul.
Wow.
So that was the first time in that club that you have mixed people to get in. African people came in, European came in, Haitian came in, Jamaican came in.
Wow.
So we created the first event with a mixed crowd in New York City.
Wow. Congrats.
Really, really mixed. Because
Nice.
every other event in New York was very segregated. There's the black club, there's the club for the other, used to be like
Yeah. Everybody had their club.
the other club. Now Nels
Eve
was the only one,
Eve GQ is in the chat. Eve
So,
Ntumba, what up?
so it was
He's saying
kinda
hi
like
to you. Eve is saying hi to you.
hi. Definitely. So, basically it was really crazy. So I did that event, and the event was a success. So from that point, I started working at the Limelight, and I brought in people. So I'm
What was the
promoting
size of, excuse me, what was the size of the
club.
library? What was how many
The
people could it
library
take?
can take 200-300 people.
Okay.
Easy, 300.
So it was a success.
Yeah, it was a success. I had 200 people coming from all over. Man, we had the mixed crowd. It was amazing.
Nice.
And Peter Geshen found it very amazing. He was like, wow, this is different. You know. But hey, so now the party was going. And my name was
Going to.
going too. But I was not Jean-Claude the Funky Pirate yet. I was just Jean-Claude. Okay? That was the beginning.
It's funny how, so we are in 86, 87. And it's funny how, hi Rebecca, it's funny how all the promoters have French names.
Yeah. Yeah. So it's funny, I'm there and I'm like, okay. So I'm doing this event. I meet Michael James. And I say, okay, Michael, we meet an event called Tattoo, who was a very shishi. So New York City, to give you a little bit idea how it was, you have Nails, who's very, very tough to get in. Even celebrities couldn't get in sometime. My one thing I didn't like, I don't know, people remember Cameo, was a funk band, very popular.
Of course.
Okay.
It's my candy.
Okay, so
Even when
Candy
you
is there.
walk.
Exactly. The guy was there.
Larry Blackman.
Larry Blackman is outside. I'm walking in. Larry Blackman is staying outside.
That's crazy.
I'm like, what? So I go to the club. I'm like, guys, you got to let Larry Blackman in. This is not serious. This is Cameo. Nobody cares. They're like, so? I'm like, so it's Cameo.
That's crazy.
They're like, Jean-Claude, go have fun.
Lord have
I'm like,
mercy.
no, Larry Blackburn is outside. So it was crazy. Yeah, I mean, the club nails was just insane. Very hard to get in, my goodness. But we were lucky. Mercedes, the girl who used to do the door, she really liked me. We got along. I was going in the club, no problem. Okay, any club I'm in. So I'm doing this event at the Limelight. Limelight, the owner of Limelight owns also another club called the Palladium. That we're talking about 5,000 people. Okay. He created a VIP room upstairs, another VIP place. So at this point, Michael James, I met Michael James, we become friends, and I said, Michael, let's become partners. So me and Michael James, we become partners in events. Okay, we're doing parties together. Everybody in New York knows the two of us. When you say
Okay.
Michael James, they know it's Michael James and Jean-Claude. Jean-Claude and Michael James, we're doing it together. So we're doing the events together, and we do Michael Todd room. Yeah, Michael Todd room is the VIP room at the Palladium.
So,
So
just one question. At that moment, at that time,
yeah,
do you have a party at the industrial place and also another one, or this is one after the other?
no. So my party at Limelight keep going. It was on Thursday.
Okay, on Thursday. So now you have another night where you have
Yeah.
another VIP room at this new
I
club.
think
Okay.
it was what? It was no Wednesday. No Wednesday. We used to do another party. So yeah. So this is the thing. I'm doing Thursday there, right? There is another club who opened next door to us. What they call it again? Oh man, forgot the name. Anyway, that club opened, and they bring us as promoters there too.
Oh,
But that we do Wednesday night. Okay. So I'm doing Wednesday over there. I'm doing Thursday at the Limelight. So me and Michael, we're doing these 2 nights.
okay.
And of course, we're always bringing my quality. Everybody knows I'm the guy who bring the mixed crowd.
Okay.
Yeah. That was
So the fact that you bring mixed crowds and mixed crowds are working, does it give ideas to other people or not yet?
not really because they don't have the connection. I have the connection because I go, I
You
speak to
move.
French people, I speak to English people, I speak to everybody.
All right.
So I have that advantage. And foreigners, German, all these people. I met so many people. So here we go. I have all these people with me. And we do Michael Todd room, who's now VIP. That's where now you have to bring in the models. Also, my party, I used to bring beautiful girls. Okay.
Okay.
Oh yes, the tall one. Only tall girls. We used to only hang out with the tall girls. We used to go, people knew us for that. they say, we used to, what? She's not now. So when you were tall, you were in. That was the code. Simple
Wow.
as that. Beautiful, tall. You know. So that was, everybody knew us for that. So from that we do Michael Todd room, and Michael Todd room, Palladium. It's huge, but it's the VIP room. That's where all the beautiful people of New York goes. All
Okay.
the trendy crème de la crème. That's where they're going. So we're doing that event with all the promoters. Now the place is big. Peter Gershon is bringing a bunch of other people. We're doing that. Now they see that my events are doing well and everything, and I'm into music as well. So They gave us the Palladium to do a big event. And because I had power, I go and get this guy. I go to a store, and the DJ was a young guy who was playing, and I listened to his music and I liked it. I say, yo, I want you to come and play at the Palladium. People didn't really know him. I was like, nobody knew him. I was like, you're a great DJ. Your music is fantastic. I want you to play. And this is the beginning of the music that they call in England, what they call that music. It was not really known in New York yet at that time. It's not soul. It was mixed with jazz. It was jazz.
Oh, that's like soul to soul style.
Yeah. So Soul to Soul was before them,
Okay.
but after that they used to mix hip hop with jazz. Oh no, I can't remember the music. Anyway, it was a new type of music,
Okay.
you know. So this guy was playing that, and I brought it in after big argument. Of course, my other promoters, my other friends didn't want that, but I was like, yo, it's my party. I'm bringing this guy. This guy became huge. He became one of the biggest DJ in the world.
Wow.
Yeah, moved to England and became a huge DJ. So, not
What's his
only
name?
Mark came in, something like that.
Okay.
I need to look. It's long time ago, of course. But
Yeah, of course. That's
he became huge. So you gotta understand, I'm doing these things. So not only we promoting events, they gave me, the owner of Limelight, the Club USA Open on Times Square. Okay? That's the club. This is the club where only VIP. They didn't give it to us first. They gave it to two other promoters who were doing all the top fashion only events. Okay, those guys, you can't touch them. There were people hanging out with Naomi Campbell, that caliber. Okay, but they're doing the event. At that time, the club is private. No, if you're not on that guest list, you can't get in. So we were working with the owner of the club. We could only go, me and Michael. We couldn't bring friends there. It was super VIP. Only fashion models, top models, stuff like that. So, yeah. And they had a whole downstairs room. So Club USA had, first of all, Limelight had the main floor. They had the library room. They have another room called the 80s. Only play 80s music. And by the way, the Limelight was where they called it so this is where the whole homosexual movement came in, the drag queens.
In
So
the Limelight?
Yeah, they're all there. Michael Alec, all those people are there. So it's the party, they call them the club kids in New York. Club kids were all crazy, dressing up like crazy, So this is where the era where drag queens were huge.
RuPaul, etc.
RuPaul, etc. She is actually coming to the Limelight all the time. So
Okay.
that's the scene on the main floor. And they had a club called, the event was Club 2000. Crazy. It was insane. So we have the 80s room at the Limelight where they play 80s music. That's VIP. You cannot get in. Only the main floor is for everyone else. People who pay. The people who go upstairs are on the list in my library. People can go to the 80s room also on the guest list. Okay, it's VIP. Limelight, Club USA Open. This is crazy. Club designed by Thierry Mugler.
Oh.
So Thierry Mugler designed the club.
Okay.
The first club with a slide inside. The
A
chairs
slide inside.
inside of the club
Gee.
with different rooms. And also, you had the chairs were designed by Jean-Paul Gaultier. Let me tell you, let me describe you the club because it's crazy. They also have the upstairs where they call it the private room. So the private room, you know, because
Uh-oh.
Times Square used to be a little bit crazy, you know, a lot of
The whole
sex
city
shops
used to be.
and all these kind of things. Okay, sex shops and all this stuff. So
Oh, wow.
upstairs was that kind of
I
vibe.
remember when I went in 96, that's true that you had a whole street full of sex shop. I think the first time I ever entered, or maybe not,
Yeah,
but I remember entering one back
yeah,
when back when you could only watch porn on video cassette.
so so that was the vibe, and the owner, who was Steve Elderman. So mind you, the owner Peter Gishin is running Palladium, is running Lamplight
Okay.
with two different directors. Okay, so he creates something amazing. He has two directors in his club. You know why? To create competition.
Between the directors?
Yes.
Okay.
So one director want to bring in the best, the other one got to bring in the best. So
Yeah,
the
yeah.
club is just booming. So Stephen Elderman, who was the manager there, loved me so much. He said, "Okay, Jean-Claude, you're gonna do Club USA."
What is
So
the capacity?
the capacity of Club USA is 3,000.
Ah, that's different for you from your little 300 people. That's 10
Exactly.
times the size.
Yes. So the upstairs, you know, those guys are still doing the model stuff, and I need to create. So what I do, I meet people, and they gave me the club. I have my brother Etienne. I'm like, Etienne, you're an amazing DJ. You're gonna be the main guy. So Etienne is the main DJ, and he's promoting too with me. So it's me, Etienne, Michael James, as you know, and I bring promoters.
All
Okay,
right.
but let me tell you, to get into that club, you got to be on the guest list. It's the VIP of the VIP of New York
Okay.
at that time. Club USA is like the place. Okay, so on the guest list, we had supermodels calling us to come in. We had, man, the list was just insane. But so what I do, I create promoters. All the young people who were a little bit, I'm like, come and work with me at the Club USA. Couple of Africans, that's why I brought in African people to become promoters, you know, teaching them the ropes. And we brought in a bunch of people. So we created the club, and Club USA was a success.
Wow.
Amazing night. So we did that. I brought in also African Americans like Soulfinger Sam, Tony S, Miguel, you know, all this crew.
Okay.
So they came in, and we did all these events, you know, at Club USA. But of course, at that time, Club USA is booming. Peter Gishin never stopped. He owned the tunnel.
Ha.
So he decided to open the tunnel. So we are in Club USA, doing Club USA. He's like, all right, you guys are doing Club USA, but you're also going to work at the tunnel.
Tunnel.
At that point, I changed my look. I have a Afro puff. I have a huge afro.
Okay.
And this girl from Belgium, maybe you know her, Chouchou, she came, she's in New York as well. She's like, Jean-Claude, I'm like, man, I have problem to comb this thing. She's like, why don't you do like, let's do les couettes. So we do 3 couettes, one in front, 2 in the back.
Okay.
And now they call me Mickey Mouse.
Uh-oh.
So every New Yorker knows who I am because the hair that I have, the look. So I can go every store, man. I go to a store, kids want to take photo with me, parents want to take photo with me. It was crazy. So at that time, we're moving to Club USA. We're doing Club USA. Palladium, we closed Palladium. The owner was like, Palladium, not anymore. We closed Michael Todd room. We moved to the tunnel. Right? So we're doing the tunnel with Peter Gishin. And man, New York is booming, the nightlife. The opening of the tunnel was so crazy. I mean, this is where you see what they call imagination. I'll tell you how this club looked like.
How much people could you fit inside the tunnel?
The tunnel fit 5,000 people.
That was so big?
Yeah.
I remember the first time I went to the tunnel, so 96, I'm 21. This was the first time I ever seen a DJ in the bathroom.
Exactly.
And sofas, and the bathroom was like some kind of reddish,
You know who was
pinkish.
DJing? You know who DJed in the bathroom?
No?
Me.
What?
Yeah, I DJ in the bathroom
In 96?
at the tunnel. But yes, that's the time we were at the tunnel. We were at the tunnel at that time.
That's crazy.
Yeah, I was in the other room. Yeah, the room. Yeah. We used to do, because Peter Gishin opened the club. The opening night, it was amazing. I mean, let me speak to you about imagination, okay?
Wait. I gotta pee.
Okay.
Wait, we've been live for 2 hours and 47.
Wow. That's
Yeah.
long.
Yeah, we have to. We're gonna wrap up soon. Let me pee for a second. Continue telling them the story. I'll be back.
Okay, no problem. Yeah, so basically, so funny. The tunnel opened. The tunnel was crazy. Guys, the tunnel was crazy. You want to talk about imagination? I mean, so the invitation were these puzzles, right? In a little, I think, yeah. So they had this invitation. They give you a little.
What happened? Uh-oh. Internet du village? What happened? Who hacked him? Crazy and an awesome story, but where did he go? Let me call him back. What happened? I go to pee, my liter of water, and he just disappears. Let me see. So he's gonna call back probably. So good. I was like, what did I miss? And then actually, it seems like, well, TikTok Je ne comprends pas pourquoi on n'a pas 20 000 likes. Tout le monde qui est là. Donnez-moi mes likes. Ça a bugué. Oui, apparemment, il a été... Attends. Il faut qu'il call back. Mariama, what it do? Okay, let's wait for him to call back. Hopefully, dude just froze. And he was telling a nice story too. Tu sais, Nina, la façon dont je fais mes lives, c'est pas sur le nombre, parce que sur YouTube, les gens ensuite regardent le replay et c'est des milliers de personnes. Donc, puis c'est vrai que c'est un long live. On a quand même 1700 personnes hein, sur TikTok. Alright, so what it says, let me see. Let's see what happened. I hope his laptop was, let me call him Etienne, Jean-Claude, keep calling.
Hello?
What up, man? You just froze. I go to pee and you disappear. What happened?
Ça a coupé directement.
Alright, just call back.
Ah, ok. Toi, c'est bon là?
Yeah, I've been here.
Okay.
We here. We live.
Oh yeah, because it seems like when I tried, it didn't work. Okay, now it's good.
Okay.
Yeah,
Alright.
I think.
C'est ça, il est parti pipi aussi. C'est l'internet du village. Il a eu un bon vieux coup de l'internet du village.
Est-ce que je suis encore là? Oui, je suis là.
You here.
Ça va, il me voit bien?
Yeah, all good. So you were saying, très très bien.
Yeah, so what I was saying is that we go to the tunnel. I explained to them how the tunnel used to be. It was crazy. We got in. So what I was saying was amazing is because the invitation was puzzles. So they give you a puzzle.
Okay.
And in a bag, okay?
A puzzle in a bag.
In a bag.
So they would do thousands of them.
Thousands. And
these people have money.
Yeah, they have money. They give you listen, the puzzles. You go home so you can get the number, because if you don't go home and reconstruct the tunnel with your little, because the puzzle was the tunnel, so you needed to rebuild it so you can get the number, so you can be on the guest list.
Oh, okay.
So we go to the tunnel, grand opening. Man, there's these places like a bathroom. I was lost. I'm like, what? Bathroom. So the whole area where you walk in, right? Urinoir. So, all those places, you have like all these things where you need to pee all over the place.
Wow.
You go inside, the main floor is like a forest. It's like you're in a jungle, trees, and man, it's insane.
That was a crazy club.
Yeah. You live there, you go up, you go to the bathroom. The bathroom is unisex because you don't know, there's music, there's a bar, right, in the bathroom. And they have people in windows, like in stores. So when you walk in, you have windows and you have actually people they put there, they were working. So doing some kind of movement, maybe doing some kind of work. You have a bunch of windows like that. And behind it, you have the room where the DJ was. That's where I was. So in that room, so that's where the music was coming from, the bathroom, right? So there, and they had another room. So this is, and they had another room. Yeah. So you go, they have also another room. So that was the beginning. And Peter Gishan, who was the owner, was so smart. Okay, another event that I did was huge in New York. It was called Catwalk.
Catwalk.
Yes. Catwalk was crazy. Because, you see, we decided to do a party with mix. We met this girl, Wakeway. We brought the native Indians from the native Indians. So they were invited to events to do a fashion show.
Okay.
We had all the drag queens, involved with us. We had DJ X Actor, who was the top DJ at that time in New York. We had all the fashion, the models. And we have the most mixed crowd that New York City have never had a party like that. Okay? It was the best event till two people talk about that event.
Wow. What year is that? 90?
That's in 95. 95. 94, 95. Yeah, 95. We do Catwalk. And we have a fashion show.
30 years ago.
Yeah. We have Naomi Campbell showed up.
Wow.
Madonna, there. Sylvester Stallone, there.
Wow.
Let me tell you, to get in the party, we opened the door at 10. At 9 o'clock, the line was going up to the other street. I had to hide.
People were looking for you.
Yes. People were looking for me, and I was hiding. So I will come out just to get in my boys. People are like, yo, say you're a photographer. So you can come in. So many people outside. It was insane. And we did it with another.
And we're talking about a legendary club. Like the Tunnel is legendary.
Oh yeah, I mean the Tunnel was just a crazy club. It was just ridiculous. So, the event just went. So mind you, this is the time I'm doing fashion event, beautiful crowd. Okay. So this is where I'm hanging there. So finally, I'm like, okay, hip hop is growing. In the meantime, I'm doing nails as well on the Monday night. And that's why I start the party called Funk Soirée. So on Monday, we're doing Funk Soirée. On Tuesday, we had all the friends hours. So we team up with other people to do events with others. So by that time, I'm doing events all the time. I'm doing event on Monday. I'm doing event on Tuesday. I'm doing event on Wednesday, on Thursday, Friday. I mean, every day. Every day I'm having events.
Just for context, for the people who want to understand what the Tunnel was. This is wait, I can't. It's gonna be hard to show it. Let me see how I can do this. This is this was the entrance.
Yeah, that was the entrance, exactly.
That's the entrance of a club.
Exactly.
What is this? Like, how crazy was this? That's the entrance.
Hey, look at this guy on the photo. Oh my God. That's our boy. You see, that's the guest list. Do you see that?
He
has the guest list.
That was the door.
Yeah. Yeah, that's crazy. Stephen Lewis.
That's crazy. Let me see if I can find photos of the tunnel.
Yeah, that nightclub was legendary.
Wow.
Crazy, crazy, crazy. I gotta say.
Apparently, there's even like documentaries about the tunnel.
Yeah, of course. There was a movie. They did a movie. I think the daughter of Peter Gayshan. Peter Gayshan was the owner, by the way. So
Yes.
he's the one who, yeah.
Wow.
It's crazy.
So
And
you were
you know-
saying you were doing a bunch of.
I was doing a lot of events. So at the tunnel, innovation, because we brought in some new stuff there too. At the moment, we were working, we're doing events there, everything, the events are amazing. We became the assistant directors, okay?
Of the tunnel.
Me and Michael James. The directors is Stephen Lewis, Steve Elderman. So Peter Gayshan was a very, very, very smart owner. He didn't speak too much, but he was so smart because he will bring you in his weird meetings. And he will say, okay, Jean-Claude, what do you have in mind? And I'll come up. I'll say, well, in Paris, for example, right now, house music is rocking. And the house now is like Bob Sinclair, and, they're doing some new things. So I came up with the idea to open a cafe in the club. Yeah. So we opened a cafe, Limelight, at the tunnel. The owner said, oh, that's a great idea. So we opened a cafe and we created a room where we also had I think they had don't they have a gorilla or something?
A gorilla?
Yeah, they had a chimpanzee, a true one, huh? Not
Wow.
yeah, they did. They had
All
some
right.
crazy thing going on there. And they had the cafe, and the cafe was really nice because it was one of the top chef from, who was the chef there. So that was new thing. So we changed New York a lot, me and my brother, because we created the first international room in the tunnel where you can go and listen to African music.
Wow.
Yeah. So now African people start coming to the tunnel because
For
they
the
also
African
had the
room.
room. Exactly. We're playing. Etienne was the DJ, playing zouk, French, international music.
Crazy.
So that's where we're introducing those things. So the tunnel, we did the tunnel for a long time and it was amazing. We did all the events, huge events. So in the meantime, I'm doing this trendy event, but I'm getting into the black event because New York City does not really allow for black promoters to do events yet
Okay.
because it's too dangerous. We had clubs. The Savage was a club where it was only African Americans. They had another club. I forget the name of it. I forgot. Anyway, there's 3 clubs. Only 3 clubs, I think. One Caribbean club. One, the Savage was mostly for older people from 25 and over, I think. Classic music, funk, soul, stuff like that, R&B. And they had another club that I forgot the name. It was really good. So I used to go to all those places as well. So I was mixing in, I was going to the trendy, but I also go to the black events. Okay.
Okay.
I was both. At that time, hip hop is growing.
Yeah.
And by the way, at the catwalk, because we wanted a mix event, That was the first time I met Onyx. You remember Onyx?
Of course.
Throw your hands in the air. Yeah. So I met
Slam.
them.
Da-da-da. Let the
So
boys
those are my
be
boys.
boys.
Yeah, those are my boys. I invited
Frankie's
them to,
asking, you didn't have a problem with PETA? With anybody in the club?
oh, Peta. Oh, you know what? This is so funny. He brought in Peta. Peta became a big problem. We did.
There you go.
Oh yeah, I remember that. Oh, Peta. It was
That's crazy.
I think. Oh man, we got in trouble in a big way. But so basically, yeah, New York. We're doing these things, and so doing events over there. There is clubs. Of course, we're not only the tunnel. You have the tunnel. We got Sound Factory as well. So my life in New York is very interesting because I am in every type of category of nightlife. I am with the trendies, and I'm also with the people who dance house music. That's another scene in New York going at the same time. So there, when we leave the club Nails on Wednesday night, we will go to a club called Sound Factory Bar. And there they play house music. Lulu Vega is the DJ.
Louis Vega.
Yeah.
I was with him 7 months ago.
Okay.
With Buddy, because he's the one who
He's with Buddy, of course.
who launched Buddy's career. I mean,
Buddy's
first album.
Yeah.
So we introduced me. I met his wife before in Cape Verde, and actually as they were going, yeah. I met her a few years ago in Cape Verde, and then I finally met him. That's a legend.
Well,
Shout out to Louis Vega.
So Lulu Vega, we were going there every Wednesday night to dance house music. So my dancing is in the house. I'm dancing house music with the New Yorkers. But mind you, I go to this part at Nels. You know who I meet? The guy who did, what's his name? Big actor from not Fight the Power. Was it in Fight the Power? No. Oh my God! How can I forget his name? It's ridiculous. He was actually arrested for a moment because of he did Harlem
Night.
Yeah, Wesley Snipes.
Oh,
yeah. So I meet Wesley at Nails on the dance floor.
You were both dancing house music?
We're dancing. Wesley Snipes sees me. He's dancing. He's doing his move. I go in. At the moment, hey, Wesley is good, man. He goes on the floor, start doing the breakdance move. I'm like, oh.
Wow.
In the meantime, he's big. He's a big actor, okay? This is Wesley Snipes, not just, he has his big movie going on.
Yeah.
He was really nice guy. He loved Kinshasa. Somehow.
I met Vin Diesel the same way in a rap cipher in Paris, and he was with his boy. I think he already had a few big movies. He was already Vin Diesel, and he came to my friend's party, Audran, and then Audran said, my friend raps, and they was, hey, you rap? All right, let's do a cipher. And then him and his friends, they all getting in around, and we started kicking it. And listen, he was rapping good, and me too. And we did a few rounds.
Oh wow!
And he was like, wow, that's amazing, you guys. And yeah, we didn't keep in touch, but that was same type of stuff. Sometimes you're gonna meet people in their first passion, or maybe something that turned into a hobby because something got bigger, like acting or politics. And it's very interesting.
So yes, so I'm doing these events. Now, in the meantime, I'm doing all these events, and the black events start growing, okay? So Tuesday nights is a music cafe for Sweet 16. So there, I'm working with, there's two other promoters who are really good. They were bringing hip-hop. This is hip-hop event now. This is where we're moving into hip-hop is growing in New York. Because, mind you, New York City was very towards fashion. Okay? Fashion, that was the mood. But now, hip-hop, it's coming in, little by little. Okay? Hip-hop is coming in. So we're playing hip-hop songs and, all this stuff. This is where Mark Ronson is coming in as well. Mark Ronson. So even Mark Ronson. So Mark Ronson, I do an event in a place called C Square for a magazine. And Mark the Spice, that was his name before, is the DJ. So that's Mark Ronson. You know what Mark Ronson is, right?
Absolutely not.
Okay. Mark Ronson is a big producer. He's the one who did that song, This is the da, 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 da.
So house music producer?
No. Hip hop. He's a hip hop DJ.
Okay.
So Mark Ronson is the one who did the song Funk with Bruno Mars.
Oh, now.
Yeah, do you know that song?
Of course.
This is the asphalt.
Okay.
That's
Okay, yeah.
So that's Mark Ronson.
Okay.
So Mark Ronson, he's a DJ at that time. He's a hip hop DJ. Really, he was amazing, great DJ. And I think this is the time when New York hip hop start growing a little bit more. Club didn't want hip hop too much because hip hop was ghetto. Okay?
Yeah, I remember back then every vinyl or every single that would come out, you would have R&B song, you would have with rap and without rap for the clubs.
Exactly. So clubs at that time is that year where we're moving in. So I'm basically everywhere. I am with the dancers. So all the house top music, who today in Paris, they got Club Debout, right? You know that, right?
I don't know. I live in Lisbon.
Club Debout. Well, it's like a dance competition in Paris where all the dancers meet and they dance. So house music got big because those dancers from New York came to Paris, obviously, to teach. So we were with Voodoo Ray, all that crew of dancers. That was also another part of my life in New York. So in the meantime, I'm doing the trendy stuff, and I'm also with the house music people, Lulu Vega, going to the Shelter. This is a different vibe. This is house music vibe. So also why we talk about it, because a lot of people from outside think New York was only hip hop, R&B. No, house music is a big part of the Black community in the United States.
Of course.
And big time. So Soulful House, who was come from gospel, was also another movement. While hip hop is going, also house music is big. We're going, and you have, so New York nightlife is trendy, super VIP people, fashion models, hip hop scene, right? You have the hip hop scene and you have the house music scene. soulful house music scene who goes to, just to go to dance type of thing. Lulu Vega, even Anane, I met her, and I'm the one who brought her to Sound Factory Bar. That's how she met Lulu Vega.
Wow. Look at you. Parrain.
Yeah.
Parrain de mariage.
Really funny. Yeah. So I remember it was really fun. So basically, we're doing all these things. And from that point, we start doing events for celebrities. Okay, we move
Events for celebrities.
Yes. So we're doing, me and Michael, we're doing, big events. Magazine, Harper's Bazaar, Elle Magazine event. We're doing release party for Joe. We're doing event for Aliyah. We're doing event for, a lot of artists. We start doing the release party. We're also doing movie premiere. All the movie premiere with all the actors in New York. We do that with Sony Music, with Sony and all that. So we're doing all these events, and, nightlife is just going crazy. Now, New York. So from that point, you are we're doing all these events. I'm doing nails, and I meet through a friend. I meet a musician who used to play in a funk band, not gay band. What's the funk band again? Sky. Sky. Walking down the street, watching it, all I watching you. Yeah, Sky. I meet the guy. I become friend with him. He introduced me to Curtis Blow.
Wow.
Yeah. So I met Curtis Blow. I meet Curtis Blow, and I want to do a crazy event. I'm putting together a major event, great ideas. Great ideas are good, but you got to be careful. I'm doing a great event. I'm like, I'm going to do something amazing because I met Curtis Blow, Grandmaster Flash.
Hey!
Yeah, he's on the
legendary
radio.
Things.
Exactly. I go and meet Grandmaster Flash. I brought him to DJ for my birthday party at Nails.
That's crazy.
Even New Yorkers could not believe it. They're like, no, this is the Grandmaster Flash is coming in with a bunch of records. The party just went crazy. And you know who walks in? Prince. Yeah. Prince walks into the party.
Wow.
And he decided to play. He goes, because Nails has 2 floors, downstairs and upstairs, and he decided to play. He asked for the guitar. He said the band was there. He's like, let's go. Bam. He started playing. People are going nuts. Free show with Prince at the party.
People went nuts.
Man, people went nuts. Grandmaster Flash was such a wonderful DJ. Oh my God. Putting the groove. People were so happy. So from that point...
I want to give a shout out to Tayan.
Oh, Deyans.
Yeah. Who's watching us from Miami.
Yeah.
He's the one who took me for the first time in a strip club in New York.
Oh, okay.
And in Miami, actually.
Okay.
Back with Papa Jube, back with
Papa
Peter.
Jube. Yeah.
Those are my New York mentors.
Yeah.
So
Deyans, that's our boys.
He actually said, he commented when I posted the picture, and he's watching now. My boy Jean-Claude and Kaysha. Wow.
Yeah, I know. When I moved here, he told me, he was like, man, you got to get in touch with Kaysha. Kaysha is in Lisbon. He was the one who told me you were here. Yeah.
These are the ones like my protectors, the people they know, they tell, yeah, you have to call these people, or they send people, hey, you have to call Kaysha. That's crazy.
Yeah.
Those are the real ones.
Amazing. Yeah, so New York City is going. So now hip hop is creeping in the scene of the trendy. Okay, Manhattan is allowing
Hip hop parties.
hip hop parties.
Well, and hip hop playing by the DJs.
Yeah. No, hip hop playing was there already. You can play
Okay.
hip hop because let me tell you, all this crowd they used to love hip hop too.
Of course.
Hip hop R&B was always there.
But it was not like a teamed hip hop party with
Exactly.
hip hop people. Was
Exactly. So it was mostly, you know. I'm
Yeah.
not gonna. So it was a trendy crowd. Now hip hop start getting big. At that point, I'm not doing the party, but we have there's an event called what do you call it again? Sweet 16. I mean Sweet 16. It's a club, huh? That's
Okay.
where they're doing the party. It was on Tuesday, I think. Tuesday night, and it was just amazing. Mark Ronson is there, and he's DJing. They also had another DJ, Eric Lapo, who was playing reggae. He was a reggae DJ, but he was partner with Mark Ronson. He would play the reggae part, and Mark Ronson would play the hip hop. Got big. The party became a legendary event. And we team up, we promote it as well. Just promote it. It wasn't my event, but I was a part of the team. So because after that, I was just a part of teams. When they do event, they call me, Jean-Claude, come and do the party, be a part with us. So we have a team, and I was doing event with a lot of people. I think I did event with almost every promoter in New York, literally.
That's crazy.
Everyone.
That's crazy.
Yeah, everyone, I work with them. There's not one guy I didn't work with.
You're like an NYC legend.
So I work with everybody. So, of course, that time I still have do I have an Afropuff? Yeah. Oh, no. Yeah, this is time still Afropuff. Afropuff is still going. And I did a magazine called Black Magazine. What was it? Black Magazine? Yeah. It was a Black Magazine. I think that was the name of it. And I did that magazine. I did modeling.
Oh.
With Nicole, who was a big model. So I started going to do, a little photo shoot in and there.
Yeah. I want to see those photos.
Yeah. Can you believe this? So I did that.
I want to see those photos.
Yeah. And I did also an advertising for, that was crazy. We didn't get paid that much because I wasn't with an agency.
Okay.
But we did that. So in the meantime, the industry, New York is changing as well, we have to say. More mixed crowd everywhere. The mixes,
so what year are we now?
Now we're already in the 98, okay? We're on,
okay.
98, 97, yeah. So we're really moving. So from that point, hip hop is growing. And there is a couple of promoters who are top promoters in that field. Because you see, New York is very interesting. So there is a school called Howard University, a university called Howard. And Howard University, it was the kind of Harvard for the Black people. We can say that.
Yeah, it's quite famous for that.
Yes. And most of the Black people who are working in entertainment came from there, including Didi.
Including
Didi.
The infamous one.
Yeah,
Mr. Baby Oil.
Exactly.
Mr. Freakoffs.
He was there. So all of those guys were there. Now they launch the first party with the black crowd, and it's the event with Biggie Small.
Ooh, ooh, ooh.
My goodness, at Nails. Man, we went in and we went out.
What you mean?
Bro, it was crazy because gunshot happened.
That's why we cannot have good nice things.
You know, I was like, we went in, it was bad. It was crazy. I was like, no, this event was just an insane. I was like, and you know, that night, I met the mayor of LA. He was new in New York City, and he was trying to go to this event. All suited up. And I'm like, I'm looking at him, I'm like, is this guy serious?
And there's gunshots and you there with your suit.
I asked him, I said, sir, but what, you going out? He's like, yeah, I'm trying to, you know, I heard Nails is great. I'm like, not tonight. Let me take you somewhere else. So I took him to Tattoo, you know, where everybody was suited up. He was really, really happy. Yeah. So I took him. So New York City is nightlife. It's very interesting. It's different from every nightlife you know.
Wow.
Yes. Because New York, the New Yorkers don't go on vacation. They don't need, they don't go on vacation. They only have 2 weeks anyway when you work. So, you know, you don't really go on vacation. But they go out every weekend. Weekend, not really. Weekend was so New York City was kind of, you know, very divided, kind of say, you know, a little segregation kind of thing.
Mm-hmm.
Not segregation, but yeah. So when you were from Manhattan, from New York, Manhattan, you were considered, you know, the great crowd. Let's put it like that. When you were coming from because New York has a bridge, right?
Yeah.
There's the bridge. So they used to call them bridge and tunnel, because those people used to cross the bridge to come to Manhattan to party. So New Yorkers didn't want to mix with them. So the parties on the weekend were really for that type of crowd. The true event in New York were during the week.
I like it, like in Paris, you know, on the weekends, c'est les beaufs, ceux qui travaillent. Those are the ones that come out, and then so on a Monday, on a Tuesday, that's really where the hype crowds. Like when so people are working, they're only the people who wake up at 2.
So it was like that, but we also had working people. But anyway.
Oh, my cousin Joel, man, happy birthday, cousin.
Yeah, so, you know, it was very interesting. So New York City nightlife, it's booming. Okay, it's crazy. Apart from Club USA Town Hall is going, big DJs also, big room with big DJ like Junior Vasquez. A lot of people don't know who he is because he never wanted to travel to go to Europe to DJ, but he's a genius. Okay, we had DJs who were genius. We had Sound Factory Bar, huge club, and we used to party till 12 p.m.
Lord have mercy.
Yes. 12 p.m. We were there dancing. So you finish the club and you go to Sound Factory. Exactly. House music like crazy.
Ibiza style.
And you go to, so 2 types. You can go, Sound Factory was more progressive house. Mixed with the drag queens and, you know, that type of crowd. And you have soulful house music. When you go to the shelter. Yeah, body and soul. Exactly. So those events were going on as well, and they were also finishing really late. So we have 2 types of crowd there. If you go to the soulful house, it was mostly African Americans. If you go to the Sound Factory, mostly the Europeans, the trendy crowd, we call the white people, right? So there was a division, not a division, but people were not listening to the same type of music,
Yeah.
right? Let's put it like that. So we're doing a lot of events. We're doing movie events. We're doing premiere. We're really on the top of the game at that time. Okay, top of the game. We're doing events with everybody. Every single club we open, we've been a part of it. Now, one thing is that we're doing all these events, and we're doing now. I'm leaving, of course. I'm in the house music event. Hip hop events start growing. Those promoters are doing, events in the hip hop. Very trendy, beautiful black crowd. Okay, beautiful. I'm telling you, that was amazing. Yeah. So those are the big party now with the black crowd, because finally Manhattan is open to hip hop. Hip hop celebrities are becoming a little more accepted in the fashion industry. A little more. Not yet real, but yeah.
At today level, but
Not today level, of course not. But they're getting in there. Getting in there. But mind you, when they come to our event, trendy event, sometimes they can get in. So
Oops.
PDD used to come. Diddy will come and they say, you can only you can come in. He couldn't come with his friends or with his people. No. So events were like that. There was parties everywhere. So hip hop started growing. This is where we saw also how hip hop became popular in New York City. And that was beautiful, because I met Jay-Z when he was still, his office was just that tiny. Okay? He had a small office. And Jay-Z, what he used to do, I remember, to make it important, you will call, they'll put you on hold. They had no one. They will put you on hold so they can look like, they were important. They're important. So I met Jay-Z, I met his partner, So I saw those guys, and, those guys, when they were coming in, because they didn't really know the other people. They knew me. I was the one who led them. I was the one helping them to get into the trendy clubs, So you see Jay-Z will come, you go, yo, John, can you get me in, man?
No.
So it was crazy. And I did Tupac event, Tupac and My Dog's At. You know who he is, right? Where my dog's at?
Yeah,
DMX release event. I did the release party of that event.
Nice.
I did Lauryn Hill's.
Amazing.
The first Lauryn Hill's event, we did it as well. So I was doing now all the parties. I was doing black events. I was doing fashion events. Almost every kind of event I was there. And I was also working sometime with the drag queens. When they had the events, I was also a part of it. So New York nightlife was very special. At that time, it was all about being cool. It was not about the money. It was all about being cool. Okay? So to get in a club, it was not, I'm going to buy bottles. We didn't have bottle service. All that thing did not exist.
That's true.
If you were, only on the guest list, you have to be, And New York is changing little by little. I'm still working at the tunnel. We're still working at the tunnel. But now there's a new club who's going to open called Club Life. And this is where things change. Club Life going to open. And the mistake we did, because we were part of Peter Gatien, and that was the owner of Peter Gatien. So you remember I told you they had two directors, right?
Yeah.
So Stephen Lewis was director of the club Tunnel, and he spoke to me and Michael first. He said, "Listen, Tunnel started having problems because Tunnel was also a terrible place. A lot of drugs were going on there as well. So it was crazy at that level. Giuliani stepped in. When Giuliani stepped in, the nightlife died. So Giuliani had a problem with litigation. Maybe old school problem. We don't know what's going on. But he decided to close the Tunnel.
So now you have this new club.
Life is opening because the Tunnel is not trendy as it used to be. It's losing stamina. But we're still at the Tunnel. And we were with litigation for so long. And we got invited to open Life.
Yeah.
But me and Michael, we decided, but in the meantime, we also are part of that's also an important part of New York because there is a guy called Alon Gibli. He's from Israel. And he's doing a party on Tuesday night. That party on Tuesday was mostly people from Israel. He had like 200-300 people, I think. He was bringing crowd from Israel. All the Israelis used to go there. But he didn't have the trendy crowd, the beautiful crowd. That's how they call it in New York, the beautiful crowd. He didn't have that. So I became friends with him. I became friends with Alon. And Alon told me, hey, Jean-Claude, come and work with me and everything. I was all right. So we brought everybody in that place. So Tuesday became the party to go on Tuesday night. When we got involved, me and Michael James, the party blew up, okay? And the Tuesday night was billed. It was just the party to go on Tuesday. And and I brought the DJ called Jonathan Peters, who's New Yorkers, they know Jonathan Peters. I brought him to Tuesday night, and Jonathan Peters became a huge DJ as well in New York. He's a big producer. So the nightlife in New York is changing. Hip hop is becoming bigger because they have money. So clubs are doing more hip hop events, right? The trendy crowd is listening now to hip hop. Hip hop is taking over, basically, we have to say. Hip hop is taking over. New York City, house music, now it's hip hop R&B. But in New York, there is the black promoters as well. So you have black events, it's only black people. And you have this event where are trendy, and you have the house music event. So now I'm a part of the black event, okay? So I'm in the trendy, but I'm also doing black event. So I get to be known now by all the people from Howard, all that crew. I'm now doing those events. And I think you guys heard of a guy called AJ, who used to work for BET. He used to be the host.
Okay. Yeah. I think I see you.
Yeah, AJ. Okay. So here we go. It was my partner. So I used to work with him on a black event. Okay. So I have Michael James. I'm doing with him the trendy event. On the other side, I'm with AJ and some other people. So we're working together. We're doing all these events. That's why I'm doing a lot of record company events, bunch of hip hop. So that's why I'm doing a lot of celebrity events, but mostly in the music industry. So I'm putting my foot more in the music industry event now, more into the hip hop and that kind of event. So I told you, I met Grandmaster Flash, Curtis Blow, I met Nas at his beginning when he just started. And I decided to do this huge event at the Palladium. I wanted Grandmaster Flash. I had Grandmaster Flash there. I had the Furious Five, Grandmaster Melamel, Curtis Blow, the Cameo. And I had Nas. I wanted what is it? Not Biggie Small. Biggie Small was there? No. It was Nas. Oh God, what's in this group? Group Home, all these hip hop group that I'm trying to mix in. So I'm putting together the band, the event. 2 days before the event, a guy came to me, said, Jean-Claude, what are you doing, man? I'm like, yo, I'm doing the event, man. It's gonna be amazing. We're gonna have hip hop, we're gonna have funk. I'm all happy. And the guy goes, bro, do you want chaos? I'm like, what do you mean? It's like, you're crazy, dude. You have Nas, you have people from Brooklyn, you have gangs. Those are the gangs from this crew, they don't get along with this. I'm like, I'm like, bro, cancel the event.
Lord.
Cancel the event. Go to tell the boss to cancel it. I'm like, are you serious? He's like, I'm trying. He's like, dude, don't do that. He said, you know that if something happened, you'll be responsible.
You're liable.
Yeah. So I was like, okay, this idea was beautiful. I was like, you know what? I don't really know where I'm stepping in at. I'm a New Yorker, but I don't know the ghetto enough yet. So I step in. I decided to cancel the party. We canceled the party. People are like, man, you did the best thing ever. You would have created a crazy event where you would have been responsible. So that was a thing that I learned as well. I was like, okay, with this hip hop thing, you need to be very careful. Another event that I did was really good. I got all the story of the hip hop, the true story of hip hop. I did the event. I met London from New York City Breakers. Okay. So we brought in everybody. When we were in Congo, wherever, we only knew Sugar Hill Gang, right? We knew Sugar Hill Gang, we knew Curtis Blow, and Grandmaster Flash, and Melamel. That's mostly what most of the people outside knew in the old school hip hop at the beginning.
Of course.
Yes. But now I did the event with the true beginning, the true story of hip hop. I had Grandmaster Flash. I have Curtis Blow. I had Grandmaster Kaz. I had Grand Melamel. I had Grand Wizard Theodore. You know who's Grand Wizard Theodore?
Yep.
Okay, the one who created the scratch, right? Grand Wizard Theodore.
Yep.
I had what's his name? That guy from Jamaica, the father of hip hop. Actually, that's how they call him.
I don't. The light skin guy.
From Jamaica, yeah. So, I had every single person who was a part of that industry from the beginning. Russell Simmons were there. We had all the industry, and that's where I learned the true story of hip hop. It was pretty amazing to hear the true story. For example, many people don't know that the song Rapper's Delight was never written by Sugar Hill Gang.
How?
Yes. It was written by Grandmaster Kaz.
Look at that.
Yeah. And Grandmaster Kaz wrote the song, But Sugar Hill Gang sister used to own the label Sugar Hill Gang, and that's how
Sugar Hill.
Sugar Hill, exactly, Sugar Hill. And that's how, I forgot her name, Nielsen, I forgot her name anyway. She was, that's how that song was given to them. And that's how they became popular because they had the connection.
It is what it is. This is the story of life.
Yeah. So, so we learned
That's
a lot.
crazy.
So that was a big event that I did in the hip hop kind of world.
We're gonna
And,
we're gonna have to do a part 2 because it's been 3 hours and
there's too much,
45,
there's too much. We
and
have to stop. It's
I can see that
done.
if I don't stop you, you will talk till 7 a.m.
no. I think we need to do a part 2 for sure.
No, listen,
it's fun.
That's the good thing
People
is that don't put everybody in the first thing. But that's an amazing experience to see somebody born, like a lot of us born in Congo, and to see the everything we did. Like, this is a movie. These are Netflix series where you have somebody born in Congo, then ends up in Paris, then Morocco, the Dar es Salaam, Lubumbashi, Paris, then New York, then become like one of the kings of New York nightlife. That's actually very interesting. And yeah, listen, I believe that, as I was listening to you telling all these New York stories, I was saying to myself, this needs to be a book. Like the whole thing, like chosen stories, but this sounds like a book, sounds like biopic, and I believe that you should think about that, especially with all these people that are there that like you should nowadays it's kind of easy to,
easy to interesting.
Once you sit down with the right person, they can record you and then they write for you, so they know how to write the story in a compelling way, just like for biopics. But yeah, as I was listening to the whole thing, like, I believe like that facet of the New York lifestyle and nightlife really needs to be heard, and I'm happy that I'm gonna be able to keep this online, and we're gonna be able to have this part 1 there for people to see, and because a lot of people you have to talk, you have to tell now you can say, yeah, there it is, and it can inspire other people to also want to tell their side of the story, or like or tell, oh, I remember I was there, oh yeah, I remember those parties. Like, those are super important moments, because this, like, whenever I see documentaries about anything between the 90s and the 2010s, I'm like, I was there. Like, I hear about events, and I'm like, yo, I was around there. I remember those things. I remember those people, and it's part of the our collective history. So that's
it's a part of our life.
It is. So listen, it was great to have you on Club Shada. I hope you enjoyed the time. I can see you enjoyed the time.
It was wonderful. We had a great time. We spoke,
It was super interesting.
Remembering the stories of Congo first.
hey, king of the electric boogie. So listen, we make sure to continue the conversation and to continue the NYC stories, and then we will go from the NYC stories to then how you arrived in Lisbon, and because those are I think important and interesting stories.
Of course,
it's just that you have to keep some for episode 2.
Episode 2. Let's go. Let's do
episode 2. So listen, it was really a pleasure to have you. I'm gonna as always, probably by next week, I'm gonna cut this into little pieces.
Yeah.
So you're gonna have the full episode available, but I'm gonna put all the little pieces, different stories, to put them in YouTube, Instagram, and etc. And listen, thanks for passing by.
Thank you, Kaysha. Always, it was such a pleasure, to tell the story.
Tell your wife to prepare my jacket. Thanks.
Yeah, definitely. I'll tell her that. For sure. I mean, she definitely. I'll tell her. She will be really happy to make you a nice jacket. And the good thing about S, she's really good at looking at the people and to create a jacket that fits the personality of the person.
That's great.
So that when you get her, you're like, whoa, this is for me.
Yeah, that's cool.
Actually, she did a jacket for. Oh, do you know? Maybe you know him, Bon Jaillard.
No, I don't.
You don't? He's a guy from England, and she designing something for him, only for him, of course, with his name on it. It's beautiful jacket.
I'll check it out.
All right, bro. Thank you so much.
Thank you for coming.
Everybody who came down, and all our brothers, Arsene Kamango, all the crew, people from Keene, people from wherever you were.
Yeah,
we were together. I'm just gonna say hi to you guys. We're still around, and I'm in Lisbon now. Chilling.
Amazing. Big up Nina, Fab, Joel, Frankie, and everybody that was there. All right, bro. Talk to you soon.
Definitely. Thanks.
Salute.
Peace.
All right, my people. It's time for me to go to sleep too. It was great. It was a great conversation. I hope you enjoyed. I hope you enjoyed it. Thanks, Joel. That was amazing conversation. I think we could have lasted another few hours, but I'm trying to keep. Usually I'm trying to keep the show to an hour, but when I have a guest, it's good to also because there's something I always hate when I go to an interview and I have like 20 minutes when I have so many things to say. So it's good to have 3 to 3 hours and a half, but after that it might become too much. But again, if you know that you go on Kaysha.tv. For those who are not on Kaysha.tv, every show is available forever on YouTube and also on Spotify, where you can subscribe to the podcast. Every episode is available, and you can watch from episode 1 till episode 412 now. Of course, we have one episode that disappeared. That's the only one. That's back when the channel got attacked. But so listen, I'm gonna see everybody Wednesday for Internet du Village. That's the French show. For those who always come to my comment asking me why I speak English, because they believe that I'm like them. Yeah, I speak 9 languages. All right. You're lucky I don't do a Portuguese show, damn it. So yeah, this show was brought to you by Shadaware.com, all our sponsors. We don't have a stream royalty, but we will have soon. Gods of God Fortune. And make sure you follow me on all the socials. And again, Frankie, I saw your ideas of guests for shows. Nicole Slice, Tony, Kim, Rochelle, Guillaume, AC Jordan, that's a good idea. I just did a song for him, so that's a good idea. Felicia, Malcolm Beast, there's already an episode with Malcolm Beast, if you speak Portuguese, of course. Lila, Linsha, Calypso, I know Calypso. I like what she does. Michael, Singila, Matt Houston. I want to do Matt Houston, but I have to do it at a time before he drinks. That's the issue with Matt. Bisous, Matt. Listen, we'll see. We'll have more guests, and we'll make things happen. All right. I'm gonna leave you with a song called "Until We Die." That's a collaboration between me, DJ Satellite, and Afrowave that came out on my label almost a year ago already. Damn, time flies. Anyway, I'm going to sleep. It's 2:30. I'm tired. Tomorrow my daughter go to school, so I have to wake up early. So listen, I hope you enjoyed the show. If you did, don't forget to leave some likes. Don't forget to share it. And I will see you Wednesday for the next show. All right, Shada gang. Peace out.
What they think about me. I'm here for you. I'm here for you. Until we die. Double down, baby, I love you, and that's forever. Ooh, ooh, ooh. Tell them I don't give a F about what they think about me. I'm here for you. Until we die. Until we die.